Okay, I'm ready.
Okay. I'm going to call this meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission to order. It is Tuesday, October 29th at 4:34 p.m. Present at today's meeting are Stephen Welch, John McLaughlin, Val Oliver, Abigail Camp, and myself, Ray Pohl. For those of you in the audience, if you want to record any portion of tonight's meeting, please let us know in advance. That's you. And if there's any conversations happening other than at the table, if they could happen out in the hall, just so we can hear, so Terry can hear for the minutes. Thank you. Should I get an approval on our agenda for this portion of the meeting at this time? Is that a motion?
I'll make that a motion.
Very good. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, now it's to you, Judith.
Thank you. I would call the meeting of the Planning Board with the Historic District Commission together with thanks. For the recording, I would note that Campbell Sutton, another one of our alternates, is here, CampbellSutton, and we're very delighted that you would invite us to be with you tonight.
Thanks, you. We're very happy you're here.
And John is reminding me, he chaired the last meeting about a practice. I think we have to, maybe we need to say, call that we approve the agenda for ourselves.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any more, John?
No, that's
okay.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks. I think we're ready to go. One thing. Is there any public comment at this time?
Actually, yes.
Oh,
Me?
yes, of course.
Today on my way into work, as I was merrily driving down Orange Street, I noticed that, and I think the number is 121 Orange Street, is in terrible, terrible shape. It's the one right next to 119 Vagabond, which has recently been renovated. It is in horrible condition. And I was wondering if anybody's doing anything about possible demolition by neglect.
I'll have to check into that. Thanks for bringing it up. No one knows anything about that, right? Not that we can discuss that anyway. We can't deliberate on that. So thank you for that, Terry. I'll look into it tomorrow and let you know. Okay, so first of all, we're really happy to be able to sit down with your board. There's a lot of things that I think that we have discussed over the years. Unfortunately, Diane's not here because she has, a lot to say about things as they relate to the planning board. But let's see, are we following a specific topic issue that overlap? Gosh, how should we begin this, Stephen?
I brought a few items to perhaps begin discussion on having sat, in these mutual meetings. So the idea being is olive branches and whatnot, and whether they're real or perceived needs. I think they're really more perceived needs, but to just jump in and maybe talk about some topics that are of mutual interest and segue that maybe in an open format to how we might accomplish those. So some of the topics I would bring up, and they are things Diane had mentioned, so I received some information from her in the past, so I wanted to see if we could include it, were one of them will be topical, that could be an HDC combined zoning, would be developing the flood elevation guidelines. Not so much developing the guidelines, but how they're discussion of once they're developed and there's recommendations, doing segmentation. So there may be an HDC element or elements, and there may be zoning elements, like a zoning. I don't want to say zoning overlay because I'm not volunteering anything on the planning board or the staff or anything. I'm just throwing out ideas for the sake of discussion. Is that there may be a zoning component and an HDC policy or procedure or a guideline that gets adopted. I was just going to kind of go through a list and then turn it over to whoever wanted to talk. The other would be the ramifications, perhaps including any otherwise not knowing the consequences of combining the HDC, ROH, and the zoning, and the Sconset Old Historic Districts and the zoning historic districts. There are components involved in that we on the HDC may not be aware of that relate to the size of the lots and what can be built, their ground cover and so on and so forth. But that is a topic that I think could be of mutual interest. In relation to that, a topic that we hear a lot about at both boards are pools. And I'm not suggesting anything other than discussion, and perhaps the OHD is an area where pools are prohibited. This is a kind of a segue tail end of the prior comment, which is if the zones were to overlap or to coincide better, where would pools fit in, or a prohibition on pools, and how would that look in those districts that are immediately next to the OHD? And just to be really specific about it, as an example, we'll get an application that is literally the same lot size as a structure in the OHD, but it's on the other side of the street. For me, the issue isn't the equity. There is an issue of equity for neighbors, but the issue is an issue of there's something falling between the cracks because there's no one who has any control over that. Wherein literally across the street, there's a prohibition, and on the other side of the street, the only prohibition is it can't be visible from a public way. So it seems like there's a gap there that may be bridgeable. I don't know what it looks like. I don't know whether it's zoning, I know it's not HDC because we're only in the visibility game, but I wanted to mention that. Heights of buildings, there was a couple of things that have come up in the past on this. One is we spend a lot of time working with individuals at the HTC who come in and they want to have a 40-foot tall building in an overlay district, which that district, according to the master plan, can and should support that height of a building. But with respect to the setting and the place perceived and interpreted by the HTC commissioners, that height building is inappropriate. So that's one potential discussion point. And the other is the idea of an article or zoning that would encourage additive massing. And by that, I mean, as opposed to building a box that's 40 feet or 50 feet long by 35 feet tall, perhaps, and again, this is just a brainstorming type of thing, there would be incentive where you would gain more ground coverage if relative to, in direct relation to the portion of the building that is only one story, subject to some kind of a formula. I know it sounds like it's involved, and it probably is, and it may not be the way to go, but for me, if any of these create solutions that help us enhance and deliver our respective missions over the course of the next few years, it's a win. It doesn't matter whether the idea ever comes to fruition. Does it spawn something that works for the planning board? And by planning board, I mean not just our elected officials and our appointed, but also our professional staff who we always need to keep in mind. And then on the HDC side, not just the commissioners and the appointed, but also the HDC staff, because there's a lot of lifting that goes into these things. So those were the things that I thought maybe. Two more. One is we do a lot of approvals based on due to lack of visibility. And I think that I'm wondering if there may be a component, I don't know what it looks like, that may have to do with particular projects where we reinforce one another's decisions, where you all as planning board members are making special permit granting authority and conditions, and the HDC how much those work together to be stronger without promoting alleyways made up of Leland cypress that kind of line the roads and turn it into literally we lose our sense of spatial continuity because we have these tall green walls going down our roads. There's a couple on Newtown Road as you leave that you might reference, and there's a couple on Old South Road. It's really becoming, I think, from a preservation, historic properties, appreciating those things that are Nantucket, it's almost offensive. So those were the ones that I thought would give us, unless other people have ideas, give us a bunch of food to maybe
I have a
think or talk about.
I have a question.
Yeah.
As one who admittedly doesn't know all the workings of the planning board, we have had issues. One that comes to mind in particular is a subdivision in Quidnet up on the hill there, where all the lots were approved to sort of run down the hill. They were all very narrow lots. And I forget the name of the little cart path that's up on the top of the hill, and then the lots all sort of run down from there down to Quidnet
I think
Road.
it might be Old Quidnet Milk Road.
That's exactly what it is. And we wrestled with a number of buildings up there, and because of the lot configurations, buildings all wound up being very narrow but very long and sort of trailing down the hill, which from an architectural standpoint is difficult to pull off successfully. You're kind of working against grade. So the question in my mind is, could that have been done in some other, that subdivision, could it have been done in some other way that would have made it easier to sort of situate the houses and have them have more proper proportions? I don't know whether that's something we can address in this forum.
I think, are you referring to a subdivision that's newer? I think the old Quidnet Milk Road was an older one off of Long Road.
Depends on what
So-
you mean by newer.
Yeah,
I
newer.
would say we
meaning-
were reviewing these
in
things
the last-
probably 4 years ago.
Oh, no, the old Quidnet Milk Road, the homes there were, I believe, at least 20 some odd years old.
Okay, so the lots that you're talking about
Yes.
were done through approval not required.
Oh,
So the planning board didn't have any
got it.
real review jurisdiction.
There is no, yeah, okay.
And
So-
they have a
They had the-
higher grade in the back, a lower grade in the front. and
So
they
really, we have no
common-
control over that. It's what the developer wants to do.
That does change how things look though,
Mhm.
significantly,
Oh, yeah.
all over the place.
Oh, and it also happened over by the cemetery,
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Old Farm Road, where it went,
which I'm sure was also an approval not required, right?
once they made the road, was that approval not required to have those developed down the?
That was an approved subdivision, subject to a public hearing. I think the planning board talked about that one at length, but that was, several years ago. I don't remember all the details, but it did require a full hearing.
So along those lines, just sort of solution oriented-ish, I know that we, as a community, used to have the cluster development concept, which rewarded development in a certain way so that it was, and that has changed because it needed to, just to put that out as an example. But with that as a backdrop, I'm just wondering, I mean, I guess I would suggest that we at the HDC, it's not like we, 100 applications a night really isn't a lot. But we need to maybe think about our functionality as a commission and the functionality of the membership so that we can be, maybe we get a heads up from planning saying there's a subdivision coming in and we send a representative to comment, because I think I would suggest that it's appropriate to make comments. I try to do that, but as a member of the planning board, I wouldn't speak, just so you all know, on subdivision law. The alternates do not speak. I mean, we're not allowed to comment on the particular subdivision under law and have a bearing on it. I think we could speak as a member of the public. So I guess if I'm still an alternate at the time we get to that point, it could be me who does that type of speaking, but I'd want to clear it with state and the professional staff and make sure that that's all copacetic.
I do think that's a simple solution. Just having someone from our group representing our interests at a meeting like that.
Can you hear me okay? You had a number of thoughtful questions here, so maybe we can work through them systematically.
Sure.
The approval not required aspect that came up for one of these, we have very little discretion ourselves about what we can do, and in fact, those meetings have been we've moved those agenda items to a Thursday prior to our Monday meeting in order to deal with them expeditiously and save time for other things at our regular meetings. But that also makes me think of, we've been trying for ANRs, for example, to be sure that the water and sewer people know they're coming up and they can comment, because what they have jurisdiction over may have a bearing on what is decided under the ANR statute. So maybe we should try to map out the kinds of things we come up with and then think about an easy way to communicate. Our agendas come out typically Thursday for the Monday meeting, so there isn't always a lot of time, but John and I, as chair and co-chair, meet with staff prior to that oftentimes, or to go through the agenda, so maybe there's a way to give you a heads up on things that are particularly pertinent. And I'm sure we could try to do that for information if nothing else, but to sort through that. I also wanted to say that there, just to put on the table a couple of things that have been on our minds to add to the list. One of them may relate to this, that at some point there may be things that should be taken up for a possible town meeting article that would deal with requesting modification in the charging legislation that you operate under. So there may be some of the things that are not otherwise in place right now. That was one of the things that we wanted to be sure you would know about. I think we're not expecting.
Blocking the sun.
Pardon me?
I'm blocking the
Oh,
sun.
sorry.
Not raising my hand.
Just want you to know, I don't think that that's something we'd try to pursue at this town meeting, and we certainly wouldn't be pursuing it without your guidance and input and everything like that. But it may be useful to kind of keep track of things that occur to you. I think some of the issues that have been raised had to do with, are there certain things that you would want staff to handle so that you didn't have to deal with them in full? Are there certain aspects procedurally that may have to do with some of the things you came up with? For example, seems to me that probably not heights, but issues about visibility and authorization to deal with things other than visibility would be the kind of thing that might need to be addressed in the governing legislation. If that, typically historic district, as you know, review has to do with visibility, but if there are particular issues there, I think we should learn from you and find out what could be done about them. So I'd put that out for you. And then the other two broad things that maybe too abstract to really get into detail tonight. We wanted to invite you, if there are things that you are thinking about are important to you that could be taken up in spring 2020 town meeting. We've been trying to work on issues that we think might need treatment. That way we also will have hearings in due course as to citizen articles. So if you had any particular things you thought should be addressed in that setting, it's now's the time to let us know so we can see what we can do about them. And then probably not this time, maybe we can meet every 6 months if you think that's possible. But going forward, we're going to be working on the master plan that gets updated every 10 years. And that would be something, certainly, I think you would have some guidance and input that you could give us that would be very valuable. And we'd like to have a chance to, it wouldn't have to be a full board meeting. It could be that you wanted to appoint a subgroup to work with us or something on that. But some of those opportunities can get to some of the finer grain things that Stephen addressed, and maybe some other things that are on your list that he hasn't surfaced yet. I'm going to see if I can do anything about that window.
Well, interesting. They're hopeless.
Oh, sorry.
Excellent plan.
Well,
We could move the
Judith,
table.
what's that?
Which one is it?
Yeah.
Who's it hitting?
You're welcome to sit
Yeah, it
here.
doesn't matter.
I'm in the shade.
I was wondering if you could take one piece of paper and just put it across so that it would block. There's an
He's going
ingenious
with
solution.
the large flag. Go ahead, continue.
So,
Like,
was in band.
hold it out, so.
Judith, I'm happy to hear you say that because, part two of our meeting tonight is going to be sort of an in-house review of all of our to-do list. And knowing that some of this might be able to manifest in a town meeting article would be great. So do we want to go back and discuss some of these things at a more granular level or?
That would be great.
Okay.
Is gradation on the plot, on the property, is that ever, who decides if a lot is buildable? Is that the planning board? I was thinking about, Old Farm Road.
Yeah.
How that got developed and how hard it was to develop because of its gradation, and I was wondering, how do you consider that when you're subdividing? Do you think about grades?
There's also, excuse me, Jude.
Please.
There's also a review by Ed Pesci, our town engineer, and he'll look at certain projects to see what the drainage would be and if there's something set up for that. So that would play into not just the setbacks, the size of the lot, meeting the zoning. It's a combination of everything.
There's also some occasions where we're looking at site plan review recommendations that might take that into account. I wonder if Leslie or Holly would want to help illuminate those questions.
Well, the planning board does review a plan and it shows, grades on it, but that doesn't prevent someone from later going in and changing the grade or the fill. So I think in that case, people started building retaining walls and other things that changed the landscape quite a bit. So maybe additional regulations on that or something that could be looked into at some point if that's a bigger problem or if it's isolated to that particular project. That's the only project that I hear quite a bit about that issue. But
Which one? Which
Old
project?
Farm.
Old Farm.
Old Farm is the name of the one by the cemetery?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because that was a little bit of a debacle. I
Yeah.
mean, every application that came in, it was, oh, well, we need to retain the top of the site because of the neighbor above us, and we need to retain the bottom, and now it's just a sea of retaining walls over there. And you can't help but wonder if it were handled differently, what the outcome might have been. But, yes, that's a problem.
I think that's a good example also for a related issue, which is the density of the development. There are a number of houses that are built. Their house, second dwelling, or pool house, wherever it might be, swimming pool or spa, almost complete ground coverage. Pools don't count for coverage.
Correct.
But I think and also the setbacks are only 5 feet. So if you go look at some of those houses that are now lined up through 4 of them in a row, they basically have swimming pools right across the way that are 10 feet apart, 5 feet from the property line in each case. And it's getting to the point where if I lived there, I would find it a totally disagreeable way to have property, and that's the problem. They're built one at a time. And so I think the question I'd like to raise is, does the HDC view that as problematic? Do you feel you have any way to help control that type of outcome, or regulate that type of outcome? And if not, what can we do together to try to, do you perceive it as an issue? And if you do, what can we do jointly to try to not end up with developments that look like that?
So, I think my entire board would agree. Every time we look at our agenda and up comes the pool application as a collective groan, particularly when it's in certain areas. There was a lot of controversy with pools out in the Cisco area. where the landscape is very flat, for the most part very bare, and the houses are all upside down houses, so we're really not supposed to take into account views from somebody's deck. But you've got these poor neighbors that are now looking down on the pools in the yard right next door. So the problem, as I see it, is that they're not prohibited there. They're still, you can have the pool, and as long as the applicant is able to demonstrate to us without a doubt that the pool will be invisible from a public way, that's where our jurisdiction ends. And so that sort of, hog ties us a little bit, and so we can have 50 neighbors all crying out about how they're gonna look down and see the pool parties, and we really can't do anything about it if they fulfilled the requirement that it's not visible from a public way. Taking no account of acoustics, lighting, things like that, that all, figure into the larger picture with pools. And I, for one, love the idea that I don't ever have to review a pool downtown again, and I don't have to review a pool in certain areas that have prohibited them. It's like, that makes it all very easy. It's the same thing with Nantucket has now imposed a 25-foot high height restriction that supersedes the normal restriction of 30 feet. Well, Nantucket needs that because Nantucket is as we all know, it's like Quidnet. It's low, all the housing is low. And what we're constantly getting at this table is, well, zoning allows us 30 feet, you see. And we're being good guys by going to 28. Well, out in Nantucket, it's got to be 25. And there's no questions because it's not at the HDC's jurisdiction. It's a law. It's a rule. It has to be followed. So to the extent that we can implement more of those, that would make our job, I think, more pleasant and I think more in keeping with all the various villages around Nantucket, each with their own character.
And besides the pools, the density that we, I think as a board, I'm not sure about all of us, but I think we really try to compromise a lot with the architect and the client and anybody that's presenting the application for something. But we have a hard time when we want to deny. It's just, we try so hard to compromise with people, but denying something is so complicated that we seem to never really want to deny something.
It's very rare.
Yeah.
Very rare.
And I think it's because if we were to deny an application for whatever reason, density or a pool, or it's too visible, or it's not appropriate for the neighborhood, whatever the reasoning is, we just, I think it becomes a complicated process, so we don't want to go there. So our hands are a little bit tied. So I don't know how we work that out. I don't know how we deal with that.
Excuse me.
Another thing that's been cropping up over the last few years are these structures that don't count as ground cover, these cabanas, which can overtake a yard. The one in Cisco that just got approved, and it's out there for God and everyone to see right when they're driving down the road to the beach, and but it doesn't count as ground cover, so they're allowed to have it.
You familiar with the rule?
Does that, do they use that and use maybe the 200 square feet of shed space incorporated into that?
0 square feet, because they don't have walls.
Oh, okay, so
So
that,
there's
a
like an
difference.
outdoor
There's a
kitchen
difference.
But both occur.
with a refrigerator, a bar, stools, a hat over them.
Years ago, I think there was something with breezeways and
yes.
determinations where it didn't count as ground covers, and people were connecting and adding and putting tops on as long as it was open. Back porches that didn't have screens in that weren't considered. There was, I think we were trying to help define what actually constituted a structure, but
it does visually impact small areas that every single house has a pool and everybody has a pool.
But does the HCC have discretion on the way it looks?
Yes.
So regardless if it's not proportional to the property that they're looking at, you can say that it's not a mega structure because, you know, it's ridiculous to have a 400 square foot rooftop, even though it's open, you know, related to, you know.
And we've done that
Yeah.
when they're grotesquely large,
Yeah.
a tractor could fit in, but, you know, you get to a certain point, it's like, again,
Yeah, we get 4 applications in a row, and it's maxed out the lot completely. You've got the main dwelling, second dwelling, the pool, the cabana.
the exempt shed, the house.
So I had a thought on that, because I was, for Fritz's example, and there's several others that are as tightly packed, and honestly, the only ground cover, once you hit the ground cover ratio, that's your driveway. So the only thing that's not built on is your setback, and then you've got your driveway, and that's your 30% of ground cover. So, and I know this isn't gonna be a popular thing when I throw it out, but it was a thought that I had because I feel like a lot of residents of Nantucket really count on these boards to deny things that are inappropriate, to be the guardians of our space and our views and what happens to the island. So I think it's really important that all the boards really take that job seriously and feel freer to make appropriate denials, not to just outright deny, but, you know, if the piece is going to be an eyesore, we're sort of counting on you guys to oversee that, because in the end, between the planning board, the zoning board, and the HDC, you guys are all the ones that see all the plans, right? You see what's coming, whereas a lot of the people don't until someone's come and digging a
Already
hole
know.
next to them,
Yeah.
you know? But anyway, so this was a thought I had on the density. I hate to use density, but because it seems to have several connotations. So each zone has certain setbacks, right? Like an R10 is 10 feet on the side, and I think 20 in the back and 30 in the front or something like that, right?
The front's the different one. Front's always more, well, actually not always more onerous, but usually the front setback is more onerous than the side and the rear, which are.
Right, but so this is a thought that I had, was to figure out the square footage of the setbacks. Okay? Deduct that from the size of the lot. Then determine your build-out percentage on that remaining square footage. So instead of including the setback that can't be built in anyway as part of your ground cover ratio, to deduct that and then determine do you see what I'm saying there?
I do. The only thing I'm going to comment on is if you get to lots in town and you did that calculus, you're going to find that the setbacks probably represent close to 50% of the size of the lot in
Right.
a lot of cases. Going out of town, different because there's more space in the middle. But when you have a small lot that has setbacks going around it, that represents a fairly large portion.
Well,
But
it
it's
does.
I like it as conceptually.
But like in the R5, which I assume is what the old farm development is on, right? Are those 5,000 square foot lots? 8,000?
That's an R1.
Or one,
Or
5,000
Lots
square
are
feet.
oversized, they could go more.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
So, but anyway, I was just throwing it out. I mean, I think there would be areas where you could make adjustments to that. But one of the things I'm finding when you, like in an R5, when you can have a primary, a secondary, an accessory, and a tertiary, on 5,000 square feet.
Yeah.
Okay? That to me is offensive as a living style, but that's me. But I also feel like it promotes unhealthy living for the people that are in this spot. And they only have 5-foot setback. So I was thinking like, okay, so what if on an R5 you could have a duplex, but no tertiary, right? Or you could have a single family home with maybe an accessory dwelling or a garage apartment. Something where you start to define these smaller lots in a way that makes them still attractive. I feel like maybe some people, a lot of islanders are feeling very claustrophobic with the way everything's getting chopped into small lots, and then the small lots are fully built out with a six-car parking space. The part of the problem with the reactions that people are having is to this claustrophobic feeling that they're getting when they're going through a neighborhood or living in a neighborhood or an area that is starting to get chopped up. And I see the need to address that kind of thing as all the boards. I personally would like to see where everyone was communicating such that you didn't have a property, or it would be rare when a property came through that your board didn't know about, that zoning didn't know about, that the planning board didn't know about, because often the comment is, oh, well, that's something for the HDC to worry about or figure out, So you're sort of just,
We get that all
they
the
don't,
time.
right, but you don't know it's coming at you,
Right.
right? It's just sort of, oh, well, so,
You
in these
just reminded
discussions,
me-
that would be a
You reminded
thing.
me of what I consider to be the elephant in the room as it relates to density. And that is, as we're all aware, most lots, unless there's a prescription on it, are entitled to 2 dwellings, main dwelling and secondary dwelling. In addition to that, you're also allowed to have what's called, in zoning bylaw, a studio. So 2 dwellings plus a studio. Now, the distinction between a studio and a secondary dwelling, and I don't know whether you know this, but I'm an architect, so I deal with this stuff all the time. Literally, the difference between a second dwelling and a studio is whether there is a stove in the kitchen. So you can have an identical building. You can have something that looks like a second dwelling. You can have something that looks like a primary dwelling and have it be allowed to go through zoning and get a building permit on if it doesn't have cooking facilities in it.
Until after it's built.
Perhaps, maybe they don't want a stove, or maybe they put it in afterwards. But the point is, that's allowing for a huge amount of density. If somebody said, okay, well, let's just tighten up on this. A studio can have a 1 room, that's the studio, and you can have a bathroom, and that's it. And you can have a sink, a prep sink or something like that, and then call it a day. Not rooms that have closets in them that could one day become bedrooms and that sort of thing. So I've always felt like that's sort of a...
Can I go back
Yeah.
to well, 2 things. I want to comment about the ground cover, but let me stick with the theme currently about secondary dwellings. I think I'm seeing more occasions where people are changing what has been the primary to the secondary and then building a larger primary.
Yes.
You're seeing that too?
Oh,
then
yeah.
That's not just my imagination, right?
Not your imagination.
Okay, and that seems to me to be arguably something that could be fixed. I mean, because what that does is it's a seesaw. So the next time you tear down the other one, you make it even bigger within, right?
Well, Within, so the one sort of thing that you can't breach in all of this is your ground coverage.
So let's go to ground coverage, because listening intently to what everybody said, I think that's going to have to be something addressed in connection with the master plan, and hope we could all work on that together, because that would be very significant. As I was listening to you all speak, I was struck that you're used to thinking about visual, and ground cover is not anything about visual right now, because there's all these exceptions. So maybe that needs to be rethought with the idea about spatial, what you called additive massing. There is a concept called floor area ratio that's sometimes used to do step backs and various things like that, but I don't know if that's anywhere in our practice here, and it might be something worth thinking about.
It's not at the moment, but basically you're sort of bringing up the issue that Stephen brought up earlier about the incentives for additive massing. So let's say that you've got a small lot, and this is happening multiple times a night with our board. Guy has a small lot. He wants to put up a 2-story modular house. And granted, money's an issue, you know, which we can't help but respect at the level of this board. But you have essentially a 2-story box. It's the most cost-effective way to build a building, and then it's just sort of plunked right, you know, in the middle of the site. They've maxed out their ground coverage, and they've also maxed out with the ground coverage. They've maxed out that footprint by going to a full 2 stories. Stephen's concept is that you get some kind of a break on the ground coverage if you say, oh, I will make a portion of my building single story, so that it doesn't look like one big 2-story box. And then rather than us trying to, you know, force it down on them, which is something we're doing every Tuesday night, you know, no, it's too tall, we want additive massing, and they'll give us a little porch or whatever. But if there was a real incentive behind that, we wouldn't need to be sort of ramming it down their throats that they have to do the right thing, that they would actually get something on the other end. So I think that's a viable concept.
Well, it may be one we want to explore more. The other thing that's really been on my mind is the climate change issues, and that I spent much of my life before coming here in North Carolina, and our practice was to focus on impervious surface, or pervious surface, because most people, some people have wells, but there was surface water aquifers. So it really mattered what the runoff was doing into what kind of feeder streams and things like that. I think now stormwater is a growing issue for people, particularly in some of the historic parts of the island near the water, like Brant Point. And it seems to me we should really be thinking about impervious surface, which, if to me, a swimming pool's impervious surface, driveway, decks, other things like that. That should be a factor that we really look closely at, instead of, to some degree, ground area percentage is arbitrary to my mind. I mean, you may use a rule of thumb about what the neighborhood is like, and that's what the district is, and you try to be consistent about that. But with all these exceptions and the patterns of multiple dwellings and everything like that, I think we're losing the reality that there's an impact on the ecology if we're not really attuned to that. So kind of a related point there, but I was also curious whether you're seeing in applications coming to you things you're worried about in terms of how things are situated on sites, and what the prospect of future flooding and that kind of thing might be like.
The main thing that our board is concerned with at the moment, because a lot of this is not in our purview, the main thing that we're concerned with is the fact that Brant Point, inevitably they change the floodplain elevation. So if you are building a new building, it has to adhere to the new floodplain regs. So you'll have a house that has a foundation 18 inches out of the ground,
And
and
it's
then the one
stilts.
right next to it has a foundation, you know, first floor that's 5 feet out of the ground because it has to obey the new regs. Similarly, if you're doing more than a certain amount of work to this little low house over here and it exceeds a certain percentage, it too has to come up. To exacerbate all that, insurance companies are saying, we will no longer cover you unless you bring your house up to the proper floodplain elevation. You can understand
Right.
their motivation in doing that. So all these things are sort of conspiring to having
Just
all
on that
brand
rate,
point.
are you seeing they're doing that even if there's no construction involved, that they're refusing to insure for existing structures?
We've heard that sort of anecdotally. I remember this one case where this guy came in, he had a little low sort of ranch style house down in Brant Point, and he said that over the course of 2 years, I think he had 4 major floods. He showed us the water line in his living room, which was 2 feet up on the wall, and he said, my insurance company is going to cancel my insurance. You know, and of course they will, because they don't want to keep shelling out money to fix up his house unless he lifts it up. So it's a problem.
And then the FEMA insurance is a little bit different in that, my understanding, having researched it, is they will charge you less if you're above the minimum floodplain. So they're incentivizing you to not have to pay insurance if you can get above it. The problem with that is that there's no historical context for it in certain areas. It's not a certain portion of Union Street where homes were taller in the front because the back was taller, because the Orange Street cliff was there. So we're getting these along Washington Street's a good example before you get, as you're headed towards town, before you get to the municipal building or the harbor masters on the left. Yeah, there's a couple, or Kansu, which, by the way, I want to bring up just while we're talking about it. I think we should discuss, a topic would be making the little cottage on the front at Kansu, designate that a contributing structure so it can't just be demolished outright, because that's masking everything. So there's a real interesting interplay there. I was hoping I could jump back a little bit on density, because I think it's important. I think it's important context that I would like to voice. One, pretty clearly, there's a natural tension that exists between what's the maximum allowed and what we, as the HDC, can restrict through a certificate of approval of our appropriateness. And the planning board has very limited, unless my understanding, unless it's a MCD. I mean, the zoning is what sets the restrictions for the planning board. So one manner, just specifically with respect to subdivisions in which we've started to address the relationship and density, is by reviewing subdivisions, small communities, almost as a whole in context. The Chicken Hill was not one of those because it kind of preceded, and I think those kind of trickled in a little bit more slowly as opposed to coming in as a subdivision. So the crosstalk of knowing that an A&R was approved for 5 lots, I think would be helpful, because then that gives us an opportunity to say, oh, because the applicant comes in and they only come in with the one particular lot. We don't know that 3 weeks or a month later, we're gonna get another one and another one and another one. So that may be helpful. Subdivisions are a little bit different, maybe because we hear about them, but again, I think a little crosstalk would help us to try and remember to review these things in context of one another as well as the overall setting. I do think I talked about the natural tension briefly. The responsibility really starts, to my mind, and I think in fact, with zoning density. And it finishes in our community with HDC review of scale and massing, which is density. And that is with respect to an appropriate setting when things are built out. I think that we are developing, and we are having an organizational meeting, and one of the things I want to discuss is our emphasis on setting versus the built, as the built environment as a whole versus the built environment as the application that's in front of us. It's not that we don't do it, but I'm wondering there may be certain situations in which that maybe even takes more precedence than just the house and the design features. All of that, there's some other quick comments here. I agree the comments were made about density as a goal best served through a long-term plan. And I say that for a couple of reasons. One, a long-term plan for land use. Because despite the R10 and R5 experiencing a lot of build out, and it's making I think a stark and kind of negative impression on people, and I'm not saying that's wrong or right. I'm not making a qualitative comment. If we make these changes in articles at town meeting in a kind of a knee-jerk reaction, and it even doesn't feel like a knee-jerk reaction, we think we're really thinking this out without the context of a long-term plan, I think we're losing context that's important, because you can't make these decisions in a vacuum. Density affects not only how, well, the other element of this, bear with me, is there's two classes of land use on this island. And restrictions on density affect the participants in those two classes differently. And what I mean by that is we'll have people who will come in and they'll have an architect of 5 teams and they're building a house somewhere, and it's a huge lot, and density has an effect on their ability maybe to stay in it with some extra relatives, or if they 1 week it out of the year or 2 week out of Airbnb. Whereas in the R5 or the R10 zones, that control or restriction on density affects a more a year-round type person, in that we are trying to use the example Ray used, is you get a large box, it's a modular home. It's the cheapest to build, but it's also important that it's the cheapest to build because we have an affordability crisis on island. So if we're not viewing our land use restrictions and density in the context of what our overall goals are for housing and how that housing is used in the historic preservation and protection standpoint of settings with additive massing, I think we're doing ourselves a disservice. And that's why I think it really needs to be hashed out in the master plan or the comprehensive plan. And the last thing I want to say on that is we always lose sight of this, and I'm not saying we, you and me, we as an island lose sight of the fact that density is what creates walkability. And one of the biggest issues we have on this island is cars. But if we're not creating small neighborhoods with stores that you can walk to, then we are participating in fueling the problem of cars. So I'm just kind of throwing things out there, but these are why I think there needs to be a comprehensive approach to density and build out. Because I'm not saying anyone's wrong about the use and the development or the rate of development or the scale and the massing on some lots and how it shook out. I'm just saying when we come up with long-term solutions, I'm gonna be an advocate, a strong advocate for an approach that I just outlined, because I think it's terribly important. One of the things I've been writing on these bulletin boards wherever I can is Nantucket 2050. We are not making decisions for Nantucket in 5 years or to fix what happened last year. We're making decisions for Nantucket 2050 and beyond. And I don't mean to, but I just think it's so terribly important that when I heard different comments, I wanted to see if I could try and put them under an umbrella.
So just because I'm a little concerned by what you said, so your vision is for, in 2050, for an island of small lots surrounded by very large lots with high human density so that people can walk to stores that aren't there or that will be there.
Campbell, I don't see that in my notes anymore.
No, I'm just, that's the picture that came to my head.
But I think you're projecting.
Walking neighborhoods, I think of like, and I can't remember the name of it, because we do have some nice, it's Park Place, out past Teasdale, off Nobodere Farm Road. There's a little almost cluster of duplexes, Park Circle. Yeah.
Which is a really high density spot.
It is very high density, and they have a store there, right? Isn't there a Brazilian market is near there?
Yeah, so can I
Yeah.
answer your question? No, that's not my vision. I
Okay.
am simply stating.
Great, I just was trying to
Well, can I
clear it up
finish?
for me.
Let me finish, please. I'm not outlining a vision. I'm trying to identify problem and choke points and other types of issues that will develop if we come up with solutions that don't try to anticipate at least one level of unintended consequences. Because the devil in municipal government and decisions made by communities is always the next and the first, second, and third level of unintended consequences. And if we can address the first level, then we're mitigating the second and the third, because they tend to ripple and magnify, both in terms of complexity and over time. So if we are involving ourselves in the process, I'm just suggesting to identify some of these other concerns. In the context, people are saying we don't want more cars, but we don't want more density. Well, there's a thing about you can get good work, you can get cheap work, and you can get fast work, but you can't get good, fast, cheap work. It doesn't work that way. And it's the same with density and walkability. And walkability equals more or less cars. So I wasn't commenting, and I'm not giving a solution or proposing a solution. I'm just saying that those are things that need to please be considered. Value, got a comment?
Well, it was just with regard to something that sort of just occurred to me, and it's not on our agenda tonight. We used to hold steadfast to a very significant height on a second dwelling on a lot. And we've sort of gotten away from that. And I think there should be some formula. Maybe it's not the magic 22-foot height, because somebody who has a 3-acre lot could have whatever. But if it's a very small lot with 2 honking large buildings on it, it's perceived a lot differently. I think there needs to be that disparity. And we have to get a grasp on that, because we've sort of been letting it, case by case.
That rule went from being very simple to being a little bit more obscure. It was 22 feet.
Right.
That was it, 22 feet. And then the 22 feet, someone argued, well, that's not enough if you have a garage underneath.
Right.
You need to go more.
Right.
So then it became 24 feet if there's a garage underneath. And then people were taking that and they said, oh, well, we'll make the whole thing 24 feet, not just the part that's over the garage. And so we retreated from that back to, well, the 24 feet is only over the garage.
Well, we can bring that up at our meeting, but
Yeah.
I think that helped too with the composition of things on lots. So we can address that later in our discussion, but I just wanted to bring that up. I think that that's something we could control a little better.
So, thank you, Val. The one thing that on the list here that I would love to address is that of the height. And I know that when I first started doing business here, zoning was a maximum height of 30 feet. That rule too sort of morphed because we had houses that were built on slopes, and then there was grade averaging and all that sort of thing. And recently, I think everyone's aware that we have this new zone that allows for 40 feet in height.
Right.
40 feet, which is all well and good. I wasn't privy to, how that was all decided, but we had an example recently. It was on the other side of the street from Marine Home Center. Now, of course, Marine Home Center is a series of very low, not particularly attractive buildings, but they're all low. And the residential, the architecture on that side of the street and the architecture on the other side of the street is all fairly low. And we had an applicant come in and they were building 40-foot high building on Orange Street, and we were all appalled. And did they start even higher than 40?
Yeah.
They may have started at 45, sort of, well, we're gonna go in and horse trade. And so I think the end result was that we approved something that was probably in the high 30s, well above what we've ever approved before. So the question that I just put on the table is, there are these margins, there's and of course you have to establish zones. Streets are the way of establishing a zone. So on one side of the street you'll have one zone, and on the other side of the street you'll have another zone. And just by its nature, there's going to be this issue of how you transition from one zone, which will be low and less dense, to another zone right across the street that's taller and more dense. And so I wish that there was a way other than simply relying on the HDC's discretion to say, well, no, you can't just go from this to this. There has to be sort of a grading up into this, which I think would be the organic way that we would all see this happening.
Which zone is 40 feet, or is it across the island?
Overlay.
It's-
An island
it's-
overlay.
Yeah, it's the middle, it's by like the Stop and Shop. And the Chicken Box, that whole area in there is now 45 feet.
45?
40, I'm sorry.
So it's,
Commercial.
10 feet higher than
yeah,
everywhere
Well,
else.
so it's called CLI.
right, but it'll soon be 5 feet shorter than the phone poles.
How tall is the Stop and Shop? Is that 40?
No, it's 30. No,
It's
it's,
30?
yeah, I think that happened before the change, and so I have to say, that was a good team. We worked cooperatively. The applicants in that case made a lot of changes,
Yeah.
they took a very large building, made it not feel so large. So I consider that one of our better large projects. But now, I mean, the cottage hospital is taller than 30.
But it appears, it doesn't appear as like a mega.
52?
Yeah, due to its distance and its, the surrounding area is open and it's stepped up and things. Can I just follow up on the height thing? Because I know we're gonna be wrapping up pretty soon, but I'm just wondering, Leslie, I don't know if you would comment, but one of the things that makes it difficult for us, and there's the elephant in the room in every HTC, every single HTC application, which is an appeal. You have it, but ours is a little bit different. The bar is a little lower with respect to costs. So we have to be very careful, and there will be a time that 40 feet is the norm. So having said that, I'm just wondering, in the context of how that was brought forth, Leslie, is it, and the idea that a structure comes in and it's not 40 feet tall from left to right along its breadth, is it consistent with how it was originally adopted that there, and I'm not saying these are married numbers, but 40% of the subject, 40 feet maximum subject to the built ground cover, no more than 50% of the built ground cover. So 40 feet, no more than 50% of the built ground cover. Subject to not more than the other 50% being not taller than a certain height, or maybe gradating it down. So basically what we're doing is we're trying to create a way that under zoning creates additive massing. So we're saying that you could have 40 feet subject to, in zoning, not HDC, 40 feet subject to no more than 50% of the built ground cover can be 40 feet. Also, no more than 30% of the built ground cover can be 30 feet, which, or maybe it's 20%, and then the remainder has to be below 20 feet. There could be a formula, I don't know, and I think it would need to.
Excuse me for interrupting, but I thought you were describing the code the way it is now, but you're suggesting this would be a change.
Well, I'm trying to come up with a
Yeah.
concrete discussion point that we might leave. If our biggest concern right now is height,
Mhm.
I'm just wondering
Could I
if throw something out there for
interject
discussion.
on that? The Open Space Working Group has been talking about this topic and is interested in moving that 40, eliminating the as of right 40 feet and turning it into 30 feet unless there is 25% year-round housing built in which case you get a bonus. So that instead of a
Right. So housing-
automatic, so I don't know how the rest of the board will feel on that. We're trying to get the report put together, but Affordable Housing Trust Fund like that idea. Andrew was not so fond of that idea, I have to confess, but I think some of the backstory you're asking for, I need to understand too about what the compromises were at the time it was
Yeah.
put into effect. But the thinking of the open space group is, if we're not going to have development out into the rural areas, then we have to be more conscious about creating incentives for what we really need in the built area, more particularly in the Midtown area. And I think personally that should be rental, not purchase, because I think that we have the covenant option that is working reasonably well in a lot of places, but I worry about and I think it's very possible to have mixed use in that way, but that's just one person's view, so you'll have a chance to talk more about that. But that's the kind of thing too, that this is very helpful to hear you're thinking about the problems with it, and sometimes you don't know what the problems will be until you're actually working with something that got adopted.
Yeah, right.
I just would point out that, I mean, planning board right now is starting discussions, has been having discussions, but further discussions on proposals for change, potential changes at the annual town meeting in the zoning bylaw. And a couple of the topics, secondary dwellings is one topic that we're probably going to be talking about. Swimming pools, another topic, especially in probably the 5,000 square foot zones that are immediately adjacent to the old historic district, sort of that expansion out. And that's the things that we're going to be talking about in the next month or so. And I think it would be very helpful if we could have the HDC's comments or views on some of that.
Another one to just add to what Fritz said is, see, you've got the NA project with the phone poles on your agenda. One thing we've talked about preliminarily, and I think there's a fair amount of interest, is expanding the designated area that is the downtown, where you cannot have more poles, and make that area be broader, where there has to be burial of poles, and possibly have a charge that goes with that, as has been a surcharge, has been true before, as well as trying to get at the issue of new poles versus modification of existing poles. So to the degree that that's something you're going to be talking about further, we'd welcome your thoughts on that too, because I hope once we get our ducks fully in a row here, we could share back with you what we've come up with and get further thoughts from you. Our deadline.
We'd like it on and on, but,
Pardon me?
we'd like
Yeah,
it
well,
on and on. That's too much
you
to
got to
ask.
start. The fact of the matter is, though, a lot of, like, Richmond doesn't have poles. I mean, a lot of the new construction is required to be buried. So
It's terribly ironic, right, that our historic district, we're not
I have
very,
a question that I wanted
but in our
to
new
know.
developments,
Can I do that?
yeah,
When we went to that coastal resiliency workshop, keeping history above water, and the one that was prior, wasn't one of the key things is to try and get all utilities underground buried so that they're safer?
That is an initiative within the MVP, yes, and the HMP.
so we're taking that seriously. And
Yeah.
we've asked, at least I got to go to a meeting with the National Grid people, and I asked them to tell me about the safety studies they've done about having taller poles as opposed to burying, and they said, oh, their people say it's safer to have taller poles. And I said, if you talk to Miami, and they said, no, they haven't. So they didn't impress me with their expertise, proven science research on that. But in any event, we're so happy to have Stephen go back and forth across both boards, but we really would be delighted. Fritz is on the crack board, the Coastal Resiliency Group, so that he's working as well. And Dave Iverson, who's not with us tonight, is working. He's our marijuana point person, as well as the he's on the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, and John's on the Community Benefit
CPC, Community Preservation Committee.
Preservation Committee. So just so you know, we really hope this is a great first step, and we appreciate your hosting us.
Likewise.
I just want to mention, the coastal resiliency meeting was in this room earlier today. And what we're doing is, until consultants are hired that are going to help write the resiliency plan or write it, we're doing a lot of interviewing and having people come in and talk. And you're on the HDC is on the agenda to be invited to come in to talk to us about design issues when you're talking about coastal resiliency. And I won't say the most important, but one topic would certainly be height of a building, getting a building off the ground when traditionally your traditional 19th century house, except for maybe on Union Street or some of those places, isn't really built off the ground. They're built on the ground. And so what changes may be required and how to go about those, the best way to go about those if we're facing areas, which are Brant Point, Easton Street, where those buildings are going to be going up.
We have kind of discussed that a couple times when it's come up, and we are sort of, what we kind of like is the tiered effect, like you tier the ground and have plantings and things so it doesn't look like it's just this big huge foundation. But what we found is the Concom doesn't really buy into that, so we're
Back
kind
in
of
the
stuck
early
betwixt
days,
and between.
We used to do our houses, if they had to be elevated up, we'd have a little sort of 18-inch terrace, a little plinth that would sit on in the yard and everything. And it sort of very discreetly sort of raised the elevation so that the perceived size of the house above the ground was not that great. But more recently, the Concom has taken the view, and I can't say that it's an incorrect view, that all these sort of artificial mounds around these houses are creating interruptions to the storm water flow. So it's a complicated issue.
And along those lines, if I can cue up Holly, one of the things that, just so we're talking about the interrelatedness of solutions, and we have this idea, and then we realize Concom can't get involved. But very recently, the other day, last Thursday, we had the hazard mitigation strategies reviewed at Capital Program, and one of these will be grant funding and monies for targeting hazard vulnerability areas and informing homeowners of historic structures. So I'm going to pass that to Holly if she wanted to comment on it. But I want to mention it in the context of, by the way, I anticipate that will wholeheartedly be recommended as a Capcom initiative, as a funding for town meeting. But could you just speak on that for a minute? Because I think it's important that we all have an understanding of what else is going on.
So out of the hazard mitigation plan, there were two key components that were requested or implemented, and they had to do with how do we handle exactly what you all talked about with existing historic structures in our infill built environment with FEMA flood. So as well as our MVP support, there's a few people in here that came to that workshop. We're an MVP community in Commonwealth. We received an MVP grant. I've talked with both the HDC as well as the Historical Commission about this grant that we've received. We are going to be creating those guidelines with everybody's help to exactly address this concern that's been a concern for the HDC. How do we handle the existing built environment as well as our streetscapes? And right now we've had an RFP gone out. We've had 4 different consultants apply. We're finalizing the final stages hopefully with one of the consultants, and we will be able to move forward soon. And this is an initiative that takes up, very importantly, with both the MVP program for the state as well as the FEMA flood. So it's a concern that hopefully we'll have discussions with the consultant and help you all in your review.
It's terrific.
Cool.
Yeah. Thanks.
A couple comments.
Of course.
Thank you. First of all, I think this has been productive. Good to hear differing issues and how maybe there are regulations that can accomplish the goals of both boards. I want wanted to go back for just a second to the height in the commercial mid-island district. I mean, the bylaw does say 40 feet, and when that was created, the thought was that it would allow for more design flexibility going through the HDC process while accomplishing the goals of the mid-island, which are to promote economic vitality, to create year-round housing. I mean, the housing options that this would, I think, primarily address there are rental. It's one of the 2 districts where the year-round community housing is allowed. And that does incorporate a 25% affordability requirement. So that's that. And then, you know, I don't want to leave the maybe sentiment in the room that the planning board's not doing things to address density and to address ground cover and those types of things. You know, over the past at least 10 years, they've taken a lot of steps to phase out districts with higher ground cover. Like for instance, you know, the RC2 has been phased out mostly.
Oh
down
yes,
to the
I'm
end
well
here.
aware.
And yeah, and it's, you know, largely been replaced by residential districts with lower ground cover and less uses allowed, or by commercial districts with lower ground cover and higher lot sizes that are required. I'm in Nantucket, as you pointed out. We worked, you know, with the HDC and with the residents out there to reduce the height to 25 feet, to reduce potential pools, and also to reduce the ground cover. It went from 12.5% to 10%. And that's a pretty big reduction. Also in Sconset and in the old historic district, you touched on pools, but we also reduced the ground cover in those districts from 50 to 40%. And the high density districts over time have gone down in terms of the total acreage of the island. The sort of medium density districts have sort of remained the same, and the low density districts have dramatically increased. And every chart of that shows all of that stuff. So, you know, while there may be more work to be done and other goals to be accomplished, I mean, there's a trajectory that, you know, the board has been working towards.
Yeah.
I think it doesn't always go noticed because people just see the new applications coming in and things that are happening now. But over time, there's definitely been an overall reduction.
And just to clarify one thing on that, the majority of structures that we're seeing that are new in these zones are not newly created subdivided oversized lots. It's land that's just been sitting that no one's built on, and now it's being built on. So it's not, I mean, I just think it's important when you mentioned that. I wanted to clarify that it's not necessary. Clearly, there are instances where it's new subdivisions, but that's allowed by right.
Well,
but the
there's a
majority
lot
are
of
not.
secondary dwellings too.
Secondary dwellings. And then the last comment on secondary dwellings, I think it's important for context, and Leslie, please correct me if I'm wrong. A secondary dwelling is not, by definition, the smaller of the two. It's the second dwelling built, and in that instance, one of them has to be smaller than the other.
80%.
And a certain distance away, but correct, it's the sequence, not.
It's not the sequence. I mean, sometimes it turns out to be the sequence in terms of getting their permits.
Right.
But under the zoning bylaw, ultimately, at the end of the day, the second dwelling is the structure with the lowest number of bedrooms, or fewest number of bedrooms.
Oh, so it's even different than I thought.
Yeah.
But I mean, basically, at the end of the day,
That's what usually
it's
happens.
2
with it.
dwellings.
That's why I
Call it
continue.
primary, secondary, or whatever. It's 2 dwellings, one of which has to be 20% smaller than the other one.
Whether it was built first or later.
In footprint, correct.
Interesting.
That's it.
So I think you've got a big agenda, so we should have
Well, this was really great.
Thank you very much.
we need a motion to adjourn for
Abby
the,
doesn't like
I'll make a motion.
Second.
okay, moved and seconded for the planning board to adjourn, all in favor?
Aye.
Signatures before
Thank you,
all go
guys.
out, is that all right?
Thanks. I know it's a lot, but.
Final.
Get over it.
I like
I
No, we asked them to do this because maybe we can collaborate.
Campbell,
Yeah.
I want to say for the record, I don't mean to be pointed, I try really hard to be clear that I'm not saying this is what I want, and if that's the second time you've said, oh, this is what you want.
No, I
In a
didn't.
public meeting, I'm not interested in doing, those aren't things I'm interested in doing. So I just want to say, I don't want to be in your face saying.
How about me?
I just wanted to say,
So you have an opportunity.
I don't mean to be pointed about it, I was just reacting. That's what I said.
Okay.
Okay, so I apologize for that.
No worries.
Maybe I
I'm
recused
not
myself.
here.
I don't know, perhaps. All right, well, thank you.
And the zoning board is actually, the zoning.
Yeah, we can do one on
What we
this
use
one.
is zoning is already established.
I think they go.
And planning board is now,
Judith, you've already
let's say
signed
that,
both of
you
these,
know,
so that's perfect.
it's 5 feet.
Signing away without looking.
I think this just needs 3, but if you wanna
But you don't wanna move it
go
all the way
ahead
up.
and while you're here.
You go to the zoning board of appeals, and then they review and see whether it has adverse impact to the neighborhood, whether you're allowed to get an exception. So that's
Okay,
pretty
cool,
cool.
that'll do it,
So
thank
they
you.
were involved in
Oh, yeah, no problem.
the most recent 40D project. All the review went from them.
No, I never have it on.
Okay.
Thank you again.
Okay, thanks, guys. Nice to meet you.
Okay, now we are on to part 2 of our agenda, which is our in-house list of, a wish list of organizational items. Now, we have this posted thing, but Stephen, did you have one that was different than this?
Sure, so if we could have a motion to, or maybe I can make a motion to accept the modified, the agenda sequence. Sorry, I'm getting my thoughts together.
4 copies.
Stephen organized this into categories. I heard about it. Okay, so he's handing those out now.
And so, the column on the left, John, is the original order, that's the original number,
Yeah,
because seems like it would
that
help.
corresponds to what is on our printed agenda, and this is the order he'd like to take them because they interrelate.
I feel like I'm in school, like,
Because
Right.
some of them are
Well, we would be
similar.
10 years trying to figure this out.
Anyway.
No, no, wait, let me back up a second. The only reason the original is listed as a number is because John follows the old agenda,
I see what
the
you mean.
original agenda. So that's the only reason it's there. It serves no other
Oh,
purpose
well, that was kind of you.
other than him to be able
Yeah.
to track.
Right. Okay.
And then the other thing I have before we get started is the revised mission statement.
oh, yeah. I had something I wanted to add to that.
Have you seen the revised one?
And
This is different?
John, will you pass, those
Yes.
are duplicates.
It's basically that
Give
last
me
bit.
one.
He's reorganized it a little bit and it kind of helps me out. So I appreciate that. Ooh, look at that.
So this, the original is just.
I'm glad you guys are doing this.
And that's what I used to sit up to do because
Well, I thought that might help you too.
I don't know if it will help. So 2 is.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to see if we could make better use of our time there.
Great idea.
I like this.
So shall we start right in, folks? Are we all ready?
Yep.
Okay, so item number 1 is the municipal vulnerability preparedness update. Who here present is able to give us that update?
Molly.
So I alluded to it earlier. As you all are aware, we are a municipal vulnerability prepared community. And I will tell you this just briefly, and I apologize, I would like to have given you more of a presentation, but obviously at a later date. But in September, I attended the Massachusetts Historic Preservation Conference, and I was asked to speak on a panel about preservation and resiliency. And Nantucket was a case study along with Plymouth. It was held in Plymouth. They're looking at Nantucket as pretty much a driving force in this whole conversation. The state is looking at us and saying, Nantucket, you're doing great. So I just wanted to throw that out at you. I thought it was very neat to be able to hear other communities ask what we are doing, and that we the fact with this municipal vulnerability prepared program, which I know Val was there, Stephen was there. I'm trying to think. There was quite a few of a range of people in the community, representing obviously preservation, but municipal, conservation, all sorts of different groups. And one of the things that I was asked at this panel discussion was, how did Nantucket get preservation in the conversation? Because the MVP program is an initiative through the Commonwealth. The governor he keeps on giving money left and right because he's wanting the communities within the Commonwealth to be resilient. Well, Nantucket's been resilient. That's kind of embedded in us as islanders, right? Generations to generations. We've always thought of how we can just adapt to everything. So I told him, I said, well, it was second nature. It was automatic. Of course we would include the preservation community. What are you talking about? So that was another kind of aha moment for me, because I thought that was already part of the conversation. And I'm finding out from talking to fellow preservation planners, as a matter of fact, one of the persons on the panel was from a planning organization who ended up, after I graduated from college, ended up being a professor there, and I didn't know it until the summer when I met him, and he's like, oh, really? Wow, okay. So, he couldn't believe that Nantucket was just automatically included the preservation community, so I just thought we need to tip our hat on that.
That's great.
And as I alluded before, we are this close. We're in the final, trying to get a contract, pretty much, with the consultant. As soon as that's done, we will be having joint meetings with HDC, Historical Commission, and obviously the community on figuring out these guidelines specifically for FEMA flood. It's going to be a program. We're going to have workshops with the community. There's going to be information, like a toolkit, if you will, that people will be able to have, not just having these guidelines. So we see this as a good thing to add on to a building with Nantucket in mind. Obviously, you all have needed it for a long time, and I agree with you, Stephen, on Consu Springs. I think that's a contributing structure already. So
Oh, I'm sure it's
yeah, because
contributing.
it's got to be, yeah.
We just need
We'll
to,
have to verify on the list.
but the only point I was trying to make on that particular one is and it maybe not contributing, but there's a designation that the HDC can make.
Yes. Yep.
And once you do that, it raises the bar on the demolition, the literal in the code demolition policy.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right, because I'm assuming that the sills are rotting, and I wonder if it doesn't even need, I'm just guessing, it gets short, it seems to be sinking into the.
Oh, pretty soon it'll just be the wall, the
Right.
boards that make up the outside
ducts are
sheeting
gonna
that's
be on
left
the
once it's.
roof. So
Yeah, we don't want that to happen again.
Yeah, I just wondered.
So hopefully soon, hopefully like next month, we'll start having
That's great.
discussions. So.
Very cool.
Can I ask, can provisions be made to do a 2-tier with the consultant so that work group meetings happen with the respective boards prior to
Yes.
the public work
Yes.
group ones? Because I think some things, I'm not saying, it's just trying to accomplish so much in one big meeting,
Yes.
things get diluted.
There's about, I want to say, a total of about half a dozen workshops. The first ones are going to be with you all. Yes,
Okay.
you're not going to be put out in the public.
Well, it
Yeah.
wasn't so much that as, you know what I mean? Like, if 50 people want to stand up and talk, sometimes
Right.
you can't hash out like the 3 most important HDC and Conservation Commission and Historical Commission
Yes.
ideas because it gets diluted.
And
Well,
how we put it in the MVP grant application was in a 3-phased process. So the second phase is going to be the big bulk of the program, pretty much creating those guidelines, and then the ending will make sure that you all approve them pretty much, and bringing it to the public's outlook. Okay, this is what everybody came up with. This is how we're going to move forward. But I'd really like to see this on a tangent. I'd like to see this as a starting point of working in with codifying your building with Nantucket.
Obviously, we need a whole new chapter.
Yes,
And that,
indeed.
to go with a whole new book.
Yes, sir.
Take it, we are on number 1.
Yeah.
Okay. Why, I've read this, right,
Yes,
completely, twice.
yes.
I got a plank in here, and I come up with Numbers are all
Oh,
mixed up.
John, well, the reason that this is modified,
I don't think it's right.
Stephen.
no,
John,
Confuse me.
John, I did it intentionally to confuse you.
Stephen rewrote the.
If you look, John, may I, Mr. Chairman?
yes.
John, if you look at this and you think about it, more than just reading it and trying to memorize it, these are now groups. Look at number 4. Can you point to number 4 for him?
Okay.
Now look at the next one, the original number 11 and the original number 28. They're both now under number 4
Because they're similar.
because they're similar. So we can be more efficient with our time and get through topics that are similar at the same time. Yeah, exactly. I say the hand signal.
I do.
Thank you, Mr.
All right.
McLaughlin.
Well, so
Thank you.
I think this will flow a little bit better.
Thank you, Holly.
Holly, thank you.
You're
That
welcome.
was great, and we look forward to seeing you very soon,
Yes.
To
in the
discuss
next
the,
months or so.
to
discuss the next
updated
thing.
like-kind application.
Oh, is that you too?
Yes.
Oh, okay, yes.
So,
Example.
I actually put this together about 2 years ago.
Wow.
I'll
Yes.
cover that one, right?
And I've had the pleasure of reviewing the like kinds on behalf of you all for the last probably about 3 years, off and on. More so, obviously, since the change with staff. I think Kathy and I do a really good job in making sure that we get the information accordingly. I've been reviewing them, and I copy her if I have any questions with the applicants. You'll see on the application, it's pretty much the same. This is going to be a really good transition from the paper to the software that we've started, and eventually will be all software. And this is kind of condensing the existing application where it's so cumbersome for somebody when they're coming in and putting like kind. I literally got application that had just like kind written all over it.
Right.
For specific things like chimney repair, roof change, windows. What exactly are you doing? So we want a scope of work. We want a little more information that will help us digest what the proposal is, so we can say, okay, yeah, this is like kind of, oh, wait a minute, you need to go to the commission. If there's anything else that you'd like to see added, please tell me.
I think a simple description or telling somebody what like kind means.
Like, okay,
Because
the definition.
Re-shingling the roof, whether it's the same color. Well, I'm just re-shingling the roof, that's like kind.
Can I?
Oh, you mean
People
regardless of
don't
the color?
understand what it means.
Yep.
Well, I'm gonna give you another example that was a real problem. So, if this didn't already come to you, Holly, but a builder was working on a little cottage in Sconset, and he got a like kind to replace all the windows in the house. And those windows were single glazed, double hung windows, Roscoe or some like.
Yep.
He came in with a violation because what he did was he put in Anderson insulated glass windows with vinyl exterior. And he came before the board and he said, I don't understand what the problem is. It's a like kind, it's a double hung window. And we said, no. Oh, no. Can't be insulated glass,
Right.
can't be vinyl, can't have the flange. So the reason I bring that up is it sort of underscored for me anyway, the idea that, one person's like kind is certainly not
Correct.
someone else's like kind. So, and I think we all felt really bad for this guy because I don't think he was trying to, should I not have felt bad for him?
Oh, no, she said I didn't.
I
Oh, you didn't feel bad for him?
I thought it was a snow job.
You did?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, you guys are just you're so jaundiced. I
No,
still,
Chairman.
it's hard because you talk to some of these people and they say, well, it's just a like kind. I'm just replacing a kind. It's burden of proof is on them, in my opinion, and they need to say exactly what they're doing, especially if it's windows, especially if it's parging I could go on and on and on. So I'm glad to hear that we want to bring those two
Maybe some sort
involved.
of document they sign that says we understand what like kind is.
Well, can I make a suggestion on that? I love the glitter in your hair, by the way. It must be Halloween decorations.
It's the lead up.
So one of the things I noticed, I'm gonna segue here if I can. It says, please see other side for submittal requirements. We didn't get a copy of that, which would be good to get, but that, if it's not there, would be a great place to include the definition of like kind with examples. And I know Ray, I'm not, I don't think jaundice was the right word, but I'm not correcting your grammar.
Okay.
The reason that I felt like it was a snow job is when I've submitted like-kind applications in the past, there's a description and an example about windows and what a true divided light window is versus a SDL or whatever the manufacturer calls it. So I kind of felt like we weren't I think no matter how intelligent you are, people hear what they want to hear. So if we put the example in and it's on the back of the application, it's all part of one thing. So that might address it, and any other examples we can think of. And then I just want to, in the interest of time, I want to jump into two other quick things. One is I do further down in the text, the last bold of the first paragraph, it says all like-kind applications should provide photographs of the work to be performed. And I'd like to suggest that that would say must provide photographs. And then the other thing I can think of at this point, and this is where, given our experience with that fellow and unfortunately many others, with the windows and other building elements, my concern, and there's no way for you or other staff to make this determination if somebody comes in with something that looks old in an image. Someone could build something and tacitly get an approval for it by coming back in and replacing it later on. So, which is to say, I think what I would suggest is there be a place on the form, and it's not always going to be applicable, but it would be like prior certificate number. And or they need to submit the previous HTC approval, and or they need to submit some type of something from the building department file with the application to document the fact that this was previously received, because I can see where people will do, and I'm not suggesting everyone is going to do this, but our job is to be diligent. And if we set it up to begin with due diligence, I think, so I'm just trying to offer a different perspective.
I can say, I mean, our software that we've been working on that we've gone live in last week, has that capability to be able to include a previous cert. Obviously, we're gonna have this transition between the paper and the newly created numbers. I will say with the due diligence that should be happening with these light kinds, for instance, the roof shingles. I will tell you that the list that you've all created to make it a lot easier. Okay, it's 3-tab, it's architectural, these are what you can have, this is what you can have, this is what you can have in the OHD, this is what you have anywhere else. Great, it's fantastic, it's worked well with trying to tell people come in and say, oh, it's a dual gray. And I say, well, it's not, a dual gray is not allowed anymore, they're phased, it's phased out, this is called this now. You're having to have that communication. There's been times in the past where I've had to actually go pull files to go find out, oh, wait a minute, they came in a couple years ago and they asked the commission to go from this to this. And they're telling me it's that. Oh, that's not wrong. I mean, that's not right. So, unfortunately, you're not going to really see a lot of people doing that due diligence on I'm not trying to throw everybody under the bus, but fact of the matter is, from a like kind perspective, you don't really see people referring to a previous cert. You really don't. They're providing it by that photograph and that photograph alone, or multiple photographs.
And so the problem with that is so if we use real world examples, because theoretical doesn't do any good. We're in the OHD, and I'm not suggesting there would be a prohibition on like kind in the OHD.
Right.
But in order to have due diligence, someone needs to provide evidence of a previous approval, or it's an historic element, and it's clearly an historic element, and it's something before the HDC.
Correct.
Because otherwise, then it just automatically kicks it in the due diligence chain. It kicks it to you need to have a review. If you want something different, or you have something that would not have been approved, and you want something that would not be approved, it doesn't work that way. So the reason I was suggesting it is certainly not to give you all more work, but I know that over time, we're trying to establish a long-term process. When was the last time the like-kind application was updated? Oh, wait, there isn't one.
True.
Right? So
True
we
that.
have, the HCC's been around forever.
Yeah.
So this will probably happen once in the next 50 years, and I'm just suggesting that if we make it a requirement, it will make it easier for whoever's accountable in your office to, when it gets delegated, to say in training, no, they have to have this and this is what it means.
Yep.
It's a suggestion. I think it's, especially if we're gonna be in the OHD and the Wisconsin Old Historic District doing like kind, I think it's terribly important. So I just put that forth. Thank you.
Okay.
Albert?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, John.
I like kind, because a lot of lists here, all different things, roofs or whatever,
Mhm.
nothing about window. I can't find it, in the big one. I can't see where it says
True.
window.
No,
You
I
are
don't see
correct.
either.
Okay, my second comment on the bottom, the signature. You don't know who signs them, and I've seen some come through here signed by the designer, okay?
Usually, yeah.
You gotta put on here, print and signature, legible.
Oh, just print the name.
Yeah.
John,
Print.
well, you also have up here, you have agent information, and that is printed.
Right,
I mean, would that suffice?
well, can,
You know, then you know who's signing the form down below. The agent
Well, it should be the owner though.
signing the
Yeah,
form?
I hereby, authorize the agent named above to act on my behalf. And this is verbiage from the original application, so.
Oh,
There's
okay, yeah,
when somebody signs something,
mhm.
you know, all you see is an LT or scribbling. You don't know who that is. And
Yeah.
I think it should be more
Like
definite
yours.
when this happens.
Yeah.
I've seen it happen, you know.
But why?
Huh?
Why?
Why? Because to make sure that it's a legal signature of the owner.
Well,
Yeah, but see, I think you're taking it to the nth degree it doesn't need to go to.
So what?
Somebody's not gonna come in and pay a fee and go through this process just because they feel like,
but that's not true. We've actually had a real estate broker, and maybe it wasn't a real estate broker.
I had to
It
put more
was,
information on
I
the
want to
sheet
be
too.
clear because it's important. It was an interested party in a property who had not exercised an option, who put an application in. So,
Oh, yeah, you can't do that.
yeah, but they did because it doesn't say print.
Uh-huh.
Whoever signed it, it doesn't indicate who they are. So I think what John's, just to use that specific
Yes.
example, what John's saying is by saying print name, someone has to identify that this name goes with this signature. Whether it's a legal signature or not is a different issue,
Okay.
but at least they're
Well, then
saying
they
their
can
name.
cross-reference and they can see whether it's either the agent for
Right.
the owner or the prospective buyer. Holly?
Okay, I have seen them, so
Yeah, they're
you
rare.
all do see applications that come in front of you that have somebody that the owner would say, I hereby allow so-and-so to, on my behalf in front of the
That's
HDC.
correct.
I have one of those that I send people to sign.
I don't see it all the time, but I do see them for the like kinds, every once in a while. It's not necessarily something that comes in all the time. We can definitely make that a part of the checklist.
So, and then the legal side of that
Yeah.
would be,
Well, you can't. You're not the owner.
John, you're worried about,
Application, excuse me, application for the owner, that's the only one that can sign that, what I understand. Or else this authorization is,
well, so you were concerned about the legalities, so I'm not a lawyer, but the legalities are that if, and perhaps we have town council write an authorization form that can be downloaded for Val or anyone else to use to give to their owner of the property. But if the owner of the property has a form that says who they authorize an agent to sign for on their behalf, it's basically a limited power of attorney
Right.
in this issue. The agent can sign this. Adding printed name to the bottom just allows us to delineate who is representing they signed it. So it is, I think it's useful, but the authorization form it's actually on our organizational meeting later. It's really
well.
as important, if not more.
I just feel that the next time you open the application, you say, okay, who signed it? Now, a lot
So
of
do we have room for
designers
that on
have
here?
scribble of excellent
Yeah, you
stuff.
just put.
Yeah, we
just
can-
below signature, you can print, just like
Yeah.
on your 1040.
Or to the left or the right.
Yeah.
Do we also have to do something about door? If we
Is
do
that not
window?
on there either?
Yeah, I didn't see that either. I don't know if there was a reason why. I mean, literally, it's
Windows
been
and doors.
2017 when I originally did these. So.
She's gonna add windows and doors.
And then Holly, how do you, the reason I ask is not you. I mean, I think I've made clear my personal preference for preservation planner. Who would probably pick these things up. But again, looking at the long-term process, how do you see windows being addressed? Is this typically someone comes in and they've got to replace 3 or 4 windows
Depends.
in the OHD? Or would you see this as appropriate for someone who comes in and they're replacing all their windows in the OHD? Or would you say, no, you got to go to the commission?
I would rather recommend them to come to the commission in the old historic district. That's the way I see it.
Yeah.
Especially if you're dealing with a contributing historic structure.
Yep.
I can see a little bit if it's a, post 1950s, something like that. Usually they're going from Barosco to Anderson, but at the end of the day, if it's in any of the historic districts, I would recommend to go to you.
And
Don't
is
even
that,
touch them.
is that something you think can be, sorry, Kathy, is that, go ahead, and then I'll make a comment.
I drafted over the weekend, a checklist of sorts and HD and like-kind checklist, and I did put that blurb in for Wisconsin Historic District and the town that is strongly encouraged to go before the Wisconsin Advisory Board and the Historic Structures Advisory Board, possibly give time before you put in an application to get their feedback.
Which brings up another point, I'm gonna hit what we're, I think we need to clarify wherever we reference these groups, that they're advisory to the HDC. They're not advisory to the applicant.
Right.
Because the applicant then walks away feeling like, oh, and this happened with a woman on Broadway,
I got permission.
feeling I got permission, why do I have to go back? And then it creates ill will, and it creates a potential where things get missed, and all kinds of complications. So that's one concern. And then the other is, when we did the mini split guidelines, we came up with, and I'm not suggesting we have a whole bunch of examples on the back of this form, but there might be some guardrails so that whomever is picking it up, it says, please see other side for submittal requirements. And it may say something to the effect that if you are submitting for a like-kind replacement of more than 50% or more than 30% of your windows in the old historic district, or they're all in the front of the house, you may be advised that this may not be approved as a like-kind application. Because I've been in the office when people come in and they are frustrated and they don't understand that there's guardrails, and they kind of take it out on staff. And it's really inappropriate and unfortunate. But I think there may be some areas where we can give examples to help direct them.
Can I just ask a protocol question? All right, so I want to replace all my windows on my house. I come in and I fill out this form, I give it to you, and then you don't just say, okay, you're approved, right? You review this
I
application,
review it,
and then you
absolutely.
call them back at some other time and say your application is ready for like-kind. So that allows you to actually review and say, you know what, I'm not really feeling comfortable about approving this. It's got to go before the board. And then you just say, well, we decided, the staff has decided that this is an important building and that should really go before the board.
Right,
Absolutely.
but Mr. Chairman, that's not always gonna be the case. Holly's not always gonna be there, Kathy's not always gonna be there. They may not be there for some reason, personal reason, even during their normal course of business in the next few years.
Like kinds have typically had literally a 24-hour turnaround.
Yeah.
With the change in staff and how busy the office has been, I've asked the admins to kind of push it up to about 48 hours, give it a couple of days. Kathy, like I said, Kathy reviews. If I'm not around, I review usually most of the time. That's the first thing I do in the morning. Okay, what do I have? As they come in, I look at the end of the day, try to make sure that they're done. Our process is, it's important to know from, I think, all boards in Plus. With this new software, our internal admin processes are going to change slightly. They're evolving, I should say. So with that said, without our software, staff has been accepting the applications. They look, make sure they've got the, you know, payment, forms filled out to the best of their abilities, it's signed, they have photos. It's put on a clipboard, staff, we get to review it. If it's approvable, we approve it, and it's up to the applicant to come pick it up within a time frame. With that said, if there, like I said before, if there's concerns with it, not sufficient photographs, there's the chimney, I can't see, what is it, where's the detail, those type of things. Even the roof. Roofs are funny. They'll tell me it's architectural, it's 3-tap. I mean, that happens all the time. Right. My point is that, you know, there is time frame on the review. You know, there is a time frame that we try to get them to give us the appropriate information. I'd rather help them out than anything, but at the same time, I tell people the burden of proof is on you. If you're not going to give us the information, so be it. You know, so it's, I think the good thing to know is the whole process is been a work in progress with the changes with the software, and I've envisioned with the change in InterGov, because it's a lot of work, that this condensed application for like kinds would help everybody involved, help staff, help you all, if it's, especially if it's something that has come to us as a like kind and we've said, yeah, you know, I think the commission needs to look at this. You can at least have that part of the application. Hey, look, they applied for a like kind, this is what they indicated, but you know, this is what they're doing.
When it's all scanned in and it's all on the computer, how are you gonna have anybody sign anything?
It'll be a stamp. Well,
Yes,
not
that's-
from Ray,
Well, the
from
applicant,
you.
the applicant.
The applicant, how is the applicant
But
gonna sign the
You have to use
paperwork?
one of those little
DocuSign.
stylus
It's,
things, you know,
that's,
like
yeah, that will be on the checklist for the.
DocuSign.
for the-
That and just so you're aware, the whole, that's the what they call the customer portal side. That's
eventually.
down the road right now. We are just getting in internally.
Yeah.
We're just getting into staff being able to utilize, to track it, to be on the same page. It's got a lot of good benefits, and I'm saying that not only because I've been on the work group for the last 3 years trying to get this going, but I used the software for 8.5 years, so I do have, you know, internal knowledge with it.
One of the benefits of this, when the customer portal side, what are we calling it?
The software is called InterGov.
No, when
Oh.
where the applicant signs in.
It's DocuSign. We'll
No,
probably.
you had said something about the customer portal?
It's a customer portal where
Okay.
you as a customer, Val, you know, as a designer, will be able to log in at home, submit her applications. Ray, the same way. Be able to submit online, and it goes through.
Right, and so
Digital.
one of the benefits of that will be that we as the HCC at a later date, and again, this is due diligence, but it's also reporting and understanding of information, is they won't actually be scanning in their application, they'll be typing it in. So
Correct.
there's a couple of benefits to that. One, and Kathy and I have talked about digital. I ultimately would like to see, like with the planning board, every application digitally submitted on a sheet that we can click on and look at. Now, the problem with it currently is that manually has to be entered with the name of the file. However, that's one concern. The other is the like kinds. So because of the fact that this is in a database and they can query the fields for information, one thing they'll be able to do when we get to it, if we pay for it as a community, is the software will automatically be able to rename the file submitted by the applicant to whatever we want it to be, subject to the fields, the street address and the scope of work, or the street address and the map and parcel, or the street address and the data submission, whatever it is, down the road I'm saying. The benefit of that is that it will facilitate, because then it can not only save it, it can deposit it in a folder that can automatically be queried to create the list, and it will already be on the server, so all we'll have to do is get emailed the list, and we can click on it and see any application. So John can measure the square footage of decks at home versus at the table. The other thing that would be helpful, and I think we can't do it until then, is like kind should be, I believe, a report.
Yep.
So
Absolutely.
that there's a street address and the scope of work, the date it was submitted, who the person was, just like on our agenda, because that creates a level of trackability and transparency that I think helps the staff too.
Absolutely.
Um,
It has that capability.
It's not something now,
Yep.
but it's something for later. And I just want to mention it because I think we're going to run into a lot of problems with Energov sitting here at this table, but it's probably beneficial for us all to be aware that there are benefits too.
As long as you see that light at the end of the tunnel, because it's there. It is from that perspective. There's going to be some hurdles, but we'll be able to go through them. Mr. Chair, am I correct to say that historically, literally, you all did receive a report of like kind at one point? Never?
No, not to my knowledge.
I wish we did.
I don't,
Okay.
listen, I've been going to the HCC for 20-something years and never,
Okay.
never.
I will say, we do keep everything, up until the software has been written out in a binder, if you will.
Yeah.
It's all by the like-kind number, the street, we do that, and that's been done for many
And
years.
it'll be simplified with the new.
Yes, it will.
system.
Yeah.
John?
My question is, right now, at this point,
Yes.
will, somebody wants to build something, okay?
Yes.
Will there be two applications? The regular one we have and this new one for this stuff?
No, John, this is a building that's already built. Let's just say, well, you've actually mentioned this at the meetings, that you might want to replace your windows in your house. If you want to replace them exactly the way they are right now, you would go in and you would fill out that form, which is a like-kind replacement. Means you're putting the same thing back in. You're taking out the old ones, you're putting in new ones. That's all that form is about. Anytime you're changing anything, adding a window, changing the light pattern on the windows, any of that does not work with that form. This is only if your deck's falling apart. You want to rebuild your deck and you want to rebuild it so it looks the same.
My
That's the form.
confusion is, will there be one application for the house and whatever there, what's not on here, all right? An application can come in with two applications, this one and that one, right?
No.
So, John, I think I get what you're saying. You don't have to submit if say you're replacing the windows on your house and you're replacing some that are like kind and some that aren't, you don't have to use this for the like kind. You can just use one application for all of them.
Oh, yeah.
You don't have to
Yeah.
separate it out.
That's like kind, this whole thing is like kind.
Yeah, and
That's
it's more limited that if you're only doing like kinds. So you don't have to submit,
Doing one item on here like a roof.
right, you don't have to submit two different
How
applications.
do they get it replaced?
A permit, you mean a building permit?
No, I'm talking about the HBC permit.
The HGC approval certificate?
Okay, somebody wants to put in a black roof and it's green,
That's
That would
not
come
a
to
like
like
kind.
kind.
that's not like kind, okay.
No,
It's
John,
only
it
like
has
that.
to be just the same. Whatever you're doing, if it's black 3-tab shingles, you have to replace and you have to put in black 3-tab shingles. If you're changing color, if you're changing to architectural shingles, not a like kind, then it comes to us.
I thought of a solar example, John.
So again, no matter what you do, it says here fee is $25,
Yes.
for one item, I agree, But there's no place here for you put your signatures, because this here says comments, restrictions, and conditions.
This is just done by the office.
Oh, yeah, that's the office part.
Yes, here.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, where's the application we've been signing?
This is just for like kind, so it doesn't have to come to a meeting.
This is different
No,
than
it's okay.
the normal application.
We gotta have it at some point.
Okay, this is like kind. You want,
Just like.
You're
not gonna
like,
see
You wanna
'em.
repaint your door
You
red,
should,
you just check that off.
you didn't
okay,
put
and
time
I'm
limits
gonna
on
put
here.
gray shingles back on my house,
Yeah, they're on there.
like kind, right?
If
Because
it's,
they're gray now.
if it's like kind, if you're doing the same shingles,
Right, where do I get the permit for approval? To-
In the
To put
office.
them back on.
John, we know where you're going with it, so just say it so we can move on to it.
All right, all applications supposed to go through the board,
Okay.
that's the regulation.
Actually,
Gotta read it.
what it is, John, is that it needs to have the signature of the chair. That's what the act actually states, and I hate to say this, but it states that it needs to have a signature, the chair must sign the application. It says something to the effect that a certificate of appropriateness is valid
I
with
brought it with me.
with the
Thank you.
signature of the chair.
I wasn't
So
expecting it.
what we're doing is we're trying to set up a process so that we're not, Holly, how many of these do you process in a week?
Well, last month I did over 40, so.
Wow.
Okay, so basically what we're trying to do is
We
set
average
up
about
a
20.
process where the commissioners have previously approved guidelines, which is that the guidelines are very specific. If it's not the exact same thing, if you're not taking out and replacing it with the exact same thing, you have to come to the commission for a review. And the only thing that would be required then is that the chair's electronic signature gets a stamp to this.
Okay, you hit on something, okay, I agree. If somebody applies for a like kind, I don't know how I'm gonna say this. And they file, you say my situation, I'm gonna put my gray shingle back.
Yeah.
If I finish up, I'm gonna know how to do quick gray shingle. I pay $25 for the application, for the permit. Will this go through the commission at a meeting?
No.
No.
it doesn't.
No.
Just staff,
They-
the staff will take care of this.
And they in
How-
turn, if they're, I'm sorry, Abby, I didn't mean to. They in turn take that approval, John, and go ahead and get, they submit it for their shingle
Building.
permit. If say they're putting a, architectural roof on, they submit that along with their permit application.
I think what maybe you're unclear on is this type of application has been around for a very long time.
Yep.
And we don't get them coming to the meetings because they're so
Yeah, we never see.
simple, it's unnecessary. In the past, we had a professional staff that was able to make that decision, that we put our, Holly is doing that now.
Okay, now okay, I have a further question. On sign-offs on applications, that can be done by any commission member or the administrator.
Correct.
That's all.
That's right.
Nobody else can sign off on the application.
That's correct. You mean going out and doing the inspection?
It's been completed.
Yeah.
It's all okay.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay. Who's doing it now?
The building inspectors.
John, that's on the agenda later. It's
Okay.
number,
I'm just saying, the building inspector, he works for the town of Nantucket.
I don't know what number it is.
Power to sign off, that's what I'm saying.
Oh,
But
And I'm
that-
saying it's
okay,
procedural.
but it's on the agenda later.
yeah, I was.
All right,
So we can talk about that.
All right, thank
Okay.
you. Thank
Thanks,
you.
John. Okay, so now,
Holly, thank you.
thank you very much.
So can I ask so that we can put some closure to this versus,
Revise.
Please.
would you mind and give us the one on the back and we can do a final and sign off so you all can be officially
Yes.
using it?
We'll get together and get it to you.
Okay,
Yes.
that's perfect. I just didn't want to leave it
Yeah,
open.
no, I appreciate that.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks, Holly.
Chairman, could I just offer a
Okay.
quick suggestion?
Yeah,
In regards to like historic masonry and whatnot,
Yeah.
there's a lot of changing over from like, line mortars to gray mortars. It might be useful in the future, like Steve was saying, just have the year the building is built. You just
Yeah.
put that on the application,
Yep.
you just have to write it, and like 10 years down the line, you can search and be like, oh, this building was built
Right.
here, this is probably has this type of mortar on it.
Thank you.
was that your suggestion? I missed it.
Put the previous certificate or the date of approval. The other thing, this is a
Or the
good
date
point,
of
but the
building.
other thing that's a really good point is, anything you can think of that you might think would be useful in the future to have.
Yep.
It's so much easier to collect it now, and then you can sort the data later because it's all in the fields.
Yep.
Make reports from it, all kinds of wonderful stuff.
So on that point, and thank you for bringing that up, Tobias. So this software, which again, this doesn't even touch a quarter of the information. To date, if I receive a like-kind application and I know it's historic, I look it up on the national list that we have from the update that was done on the National Register. I have the PDF of it all. I look that up, I put that information in there, I put any pertinent information as far as date of construction, who the structure is attributed to. We have a custom field tab that's on all HDC applications within the software that can be queried from. So even though somebody's not giving me that information, I do that. I go onto the Macris website, which are your 1989 HDC surveys.
Yep.
Those are in PDF format. I download that and I also attach it to our software. So I'm trying to make sure that we have a complete record for these if they are a historic structure.
And I didn't specifically say that, but I think that's a good one to add, and then that's good to know that you can put it in and you are.
Yep.
All the more reason for a full-time preservation planner on the staff.
On that note, Mr. Chair, if I may add, starting Monday, I will be the preservation planner for the town of Nantucket. Thank you.
That's
Well,
great.
Monday it's the official date, but I received the final from HR, so
Super.
let you all know.
Awesome.
Thank you, Holly.
Yes,
Thank
thank you
you.
very much, Holly. Great presentation. Okay. Mission statement.
I hope you're not getting ready to leave, John.
Yeah, John, we got a lot of ground.
Rocking right along, number 3.
This is your day of the month. This is your day of the year. I hope you're not getting ready
All
to
right.
leave. So the mission statement, basically, I rewrote it. It's informative. It's leading with respect to the fact that not only are we a National Historic Landmark and listed in the National and State Register of Historic Places, but these special lands and their built environment and the protections that are afforded require participation of the inhabitants. And it goes on to explain how different inhabitants are involved. One is first the mission of the HDC, and then how preservation and protection of historic buildings, places, and districts involves community members, some of which are involved in nonprofits or organizations that contribute to the built environment. And then it gets into the nitty-gritty, which is property owners who are directly involved when they seek to erect, reconstruct, or alter any structures or architectural features. And it goes on to explain why these things are so important. It mentions the HDC certificate of appropriateness. It goes on to explain why these contributions are critical, because without them, we can't preserve what makes Nantucket special, which in no uncertain terms is also an economic benefit, which is actually in our act through the historic preservation, travel, tourism industry. And then it uses that to segue into the importance of a HDC certificate of appropriateness, I'll say it 3 times, the 3rd time right. In particular, it is such an important requirement that violators are subject to fines and other measures. In fact, each day a violation continues to exist is a separate offense. And I understand that may be too pointed. It's not as pointed as it was, but I would suggest that you all just consider it because I think it's important. There's a carrot and a stick in this mission statement, and that's all I can really say about it at this point. I'd ask they review it and comment. If someone wants to make edits, let me know. Through staff, I can forward the Word file and we can get it up. It's been kind of hanging around, and I'll take responsibility that our chairman did comment that he thought there was some pointedness to it, and I just have not had a chance to get to it.
So, thank you for tidying it up. Now, here's one other thing that I'm not sure that I quite grasp. And that is, involves other community members too. And then it says, there's a little paragraph that says, some members become involved through nonprofits or the like, or with other organizations and companies that contribute to necessary or advantageous preservation and protections, or by building or providing services consistent with these important goals. How does that relate to the HDC?
So what I tried to do was, if anyone actually bothers to read this, is to give them the context that it takes a village of islanders to make a historic landmark preserved. And it was just kind of a very short nod to the fact that other people like PIN or NPT or PLUS just so that the only person who's gonna read this is gonna be somebody who's new to the island and they're gonna submit it, or an architect who is told who's an off-island architect who's told to log in and read the mission statement, or maybe a solar installer or a large solar company. They get the idea, and I'm not saying I was effective with it, but the idea was to paint a picture that it's not just the HDC that's involved, that we as a community are involved, and that as a property owner, there are specific responsibilities that relate to the certificate of appropriateness.
Okay.
It doesn't have to be in there.
Does it refer back to Nantucket, a building with Nantucket in mind?
Actually, it does not.
It does not, so that's a good
And
one.
that's very important.
Yeah.
It's important because, one of the things, I was thinking about you, Stephen, I was writing this thing, and I was riding my bike, and I went by that corner that's been haunting me, that crooked lane and Cliff Road, where the building, either they put the front door on Crooked Lane, and anyway, they're right, taking that whole mound, that whole lot, it's got French doors coming across the front of it, and it's got this wild front door now. It looks like Greenwich, Connecticut. And I was thinking, now why does that piss me off so much? And then I realized that it's about, that we're so much about privacy and making things quiet and just quieting things down and not blaring how much we show off our, 8/8 windows or our entryway. We're quiet. It's a quiet island, and how do you get that across to?
So maybe we add some comments about building with Nantucket in mind.
Definitely.
The design elements that were inspired by Quaker federal style, whaling era,
Typical Nantucket.
maritime history type,
Yeah,
let's get some of those
yeah.
words in there.
Right.
Okay, yeah, that's great.
I like that. Little background history. Although,
Yeah,
you did cover it in the sense that you said that, it's a historic district and, has protections under the historic district. But I do like adding language like that sort of gives a little bit of history.
Thanks, Abby.
Stephen, as far as the National Historic Landmark designation, we maybe add the update that was done in 2012.
Oh, you know what? Thank you, because I didn't have the, I
Yep.
think there was one in 70 or
77.
77, and I wasn't sure of the date, so I didn't want to put it in there.
Yep, but
Okay.
I think that update, which I know NPT was a big part of, is very important because it brings in other
Expanded
structures.
it,
Yes.
yeah.
Yes.
So what, I'm sorry, Holly, the dates were 70
77
and 20.
and 12. Yeah, 2012. I have the certificate actually, which I thought maybe as I'm reading this, might not be a bad idea to have that available on the website. Why not? It's public record.
Yeah.
Somebody wants to see it, they can see the certificate that came from the National Park Service.
That's a good idea.
So
Yeah.
I can send that to you all.
Okay, cool. Okay, so I have some more work to do on that. I'll get on it.
Just a little.
Just yeah.
Yeah, happy to help. And if there are other comments, please submit them to Kathy. Please submit them to Kathy by, what's today? The date? So by next Thursday, which is November 7th. So that I can turn it around.
Okay,
That's your deadline.
that's a good deadline.
What number is that?
That was the mission statement, John, number 3, under the revised list.
Cooking with gas.
Yes, we are.
That was on 4?
We are in number 4, discussion of solar panels. We have a room full of people here that want to come up and discuss this.
Does the organization meeting, supposed to be for the organization meeting, no public comment? Is that right?
This isn't just a
I
public
heard that.
comment. No.
Okay.
We're inviting these people to come on up and.
We've got invited speakers.
These are the experts.
I just want to get
Lauren, you're gonna join us.
on with the state again.
Come on up, yeah.
I imagine that's why you're here, right?
I was gonna talk about historic mornings as well.
Oh, you are?
I'm interested in lots of stuff, you know.
I didn't know historic mortars was a part of our, it was.
So, Mr. Chairman,
Okay.
may I just say, so we reorganized this, so numbers 11 and 28 are combined, so it's discussion of solar panel guidelines. I've added, because it seemed unclear to me, update or follow existing, because I think that's a worthwhile part of the discussion. The other part of it is number 28, which is discussion of alternate energy panels, disrepair, or derelict. So just so we know when we're discussing it, we've kind of combined those two. That's just
Well, and also as regard, the energy panel thing for me, Stephen, is the same thing we would apply to anything that is derelict, whether it's a shed or a fence or whatever. We have the power to cite them and have it removed or repaired.
I wasn't confident that that was the case, and I thought that because I've been doing some research on which is wonderfully surprisingly efficient, the reclamation rate for solar is very, very high.
Really?
But I've noticed, I remember reading in the guidebook about roof locks, and many homes on Nantucket had a roof lock, and then they fell into disrepair until they fell off. And I thought, if that's our heritage, is we put stuff up on a roof until it falls off, and we have a big push for solar all over the island, that maybe we would be not exactly not visible at time of inspection or thereafter, but our approvals might include some type of language that would address it, or something. I don't know, I just thought I'd throw it in for discussion.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Do you guys want to speak first? Do you have particular things that you want to touch on?
I could just start off briefly that,
Yeah.
I would say in general in the past, the HDC was maybe a little more restrict on solar. And then as time has gone by, the HDC has, worked with developers to allow projects to move forward. I would say that, I might be more in favor of some than the other, but it's been nice to see that movement, and I feel like we've developed more of a rapport in certain contexts. And so I guess I just wanted to start off in saying that, and that I'm just always stunned whenever I come to meetings of how much time and thought goes into it. And I just wanted to say thanks, and I don't know, it was on the agenda, so I figured I'd come talk about it.
I appreciate that. How about you, Lauren?
Thank you for inviting me, Lauren Sinatra, Energy Coordinator. I did come tonight more so to listen after receiving some feedback from the public about confusion, maybe inconsistency certain nights rather than others with, in their opinions, like-kind installations, apples to apples comparisons, not getting the same treatment. So more so here to hear, the HGC's most recent perspective on solar applications. And in my perspective, just to remind everyone on the board, the town of Nantucket does support renewable energy, especially when you can achieve the balance of historic preservation. And how can we work together to avoid inconsistency or unintended consequences, such as item number 23, which came up in the Nantucket Historical Commission meeting, which is the plantings, and so buffer plantings that will be out of character for the neighborhood, but are required in order to hide panels, or also what's come into recent conversation is just hardships, changing of roof colors in certain instances, or deed restrictions with clearings around ground arrays. So I'm here just to get a better picture of how you're approaching these panels and different installations in different areas of the island, and if there's any assistance my office can do to help, whether it's in trying to find funding for revised sustainability guidelines or updated guidance, looking to examples across the country, certain towns in Colorado, Alexandria, Virginia, two towns in Michigan who have recently come up with historic preservation and solar discipline collaboration examples. So I think there's some room for improvement, and I'm here to offer my assistance.
Thank you. I think it would be safe for me to say that there's not a person on our board who's not sort of fundamentally in favor of alternative energy sources, solar included in that. The issue that we're wrestling with is, of course, balancing that need with maintaining the visual integrity, particularly downtown and in areas that are sensitive. So I'll give you one example that you might be familiar with, and that is, I believe this guy's right across the street from Cumbies down on Washington Street, and he's been, trying,
Mark
you know,
Donato.
Mark Donato, you know, he's been in, I don't know, are you representing him?
Yeah.
So, you know, and the problem is, he's on a high visibility street. Unfortunately for him, and this is just the luck of the draw, you know, the roof planes that will do him the most service also coincidentally happen to be the roof planes that are the most highly visible when you're driving by. And to add to that, he's got sort of a lighter colored asphalt roof. All those things are kind of conspiring against his ability to put them on, and I know he just desperately wants to do it, and you know, I think we would all love for him to have them. We just haven't come up with a solution yet that sort of works for us. You know, there's some really easy ones that come in, like if they're on the back of a building, you know, great, approved, done. If they're sort of fit well onto an existing black asphalt roof. Now that's a funny thing, because you understand the logic of that. The panels are always black, as far as I know. They're always black. And if you put them on a gray roof, they don't always precisely fit the roof, unless you're like super lucky. So there's always sort of a fringe or a, you know, an intersecting roof where you have a step down of this black, which makes it very visually impactful. So there were a set of guidelines that I think came out during the
2009.
David Barham years, sort of,
Yeah,
you know.
they're online.
And I think those need a little bit of reassessment, because I'm not sure that I necessarily agree. Not that my agreeing or disagreeing makes them more or less valid, but there they are. We invoke those frequently. We have some of our own. We had our own group that were looking at things like this and came up with certain rules and conditions.
Yeah, I've been grandfathering one. I've been the one.
Oh, I know which one, yeah.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
and I've ridden, so the Old South Road, I've ridden by it a zillion times now. I walk this way and that and tried to, you know, put it in my mind. And I'm, you know, one of my problems is I don't know what the Nantucket people want. If I knew what every Nantucketer wanted, I'd be able to make this decision more
You mean
easily.
the people of Nantucket?
The people of Nantucket, do they want to see? Who are we, you know, we're fighting for them, right? We're trying to make
I think a majority of
choice.
Nantucketers would like to see the HDC disbanded.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
Well, then their property values will tank.
this
I know.
particular one is it's the radio station.
Yeah.
So
Yes,
so
exactly.
I'm on the fence about it, because first of all, if you're going by, you're usually going pretty fast down Old South Road. So the times I've gone by it, you go by it so fast, it doesn't really impact you. So that's one. It is on a gray roof. It is a big configuration that is not a solid square, which, you know, it's not a simple one. It goes across and then it comes down on either side of the room. So this has been a very hard one for me, and I've been trying to figure out what the best is, you know, which way to go on this. And there's the precedence of Old South Road, because we don't have a precedence. We're about to get a lot of buildings on Old South Road.
I think, if I may, I think we need to all take a step back, and we need to think about the HDC Pledge of Allegiance. And that's our guiding star. And I'm gonna ask you to indulge me because it's relevant to this discussion and discussions we're gonna have later in the evening. The HDC is charged to promote the general welfare of the inhabitants of the town of Nantucket through the preservation and protection of historic buildings, places, and districts of historic interest through the development of an appropriate setting for these buildings, places, and districts, and through the benefits resulting to the economy of Nantucket and developing and maintaining its vacation travel industry, which is historic preservation, maritime history, through the promotion of these historic associations. So I'm often at the table, and I often don't think about this. I often get caught up in what's the context of the home next door, what's the context of the solar panels, what's the context of the colors, what are these things that we normally look at? And it got me thinking about something I mentioned during the joint meeting, which is setting. And I think that I would suggest we need to refocus with more emphasis on setting. And it got me thinking about solar. I'm not suggesting that those guidelines shouldn't be revisited. I have a comment on that in a moment. But I am suggesting that I'm half joking when I say the HCC Pledge of Allegiance. Like, this is why we're here.
Mm-hmm.
And we should all read this. Like, it should be a thing that we read pretty regularly to remind us, because it helps to take that ambiguity out of our decision making. And while I pride the HTC and this commission, and I'm thrilled to be involved with it, in being a functional board where we're actually work in a collaborative manner, I think we extend that to applicants, and that's one of the reasons why we don't have a lot of denials. It's not just that we say yes, maybe we say yes sometimes that we shouldn't, but mostly it's that we work in a collaborative manner that's true to the goals of Nantucket overall. I think this is an important thing to focus on. The other thing I just wanted to say with respect to the guidelines for the sustainable preservation guidelines that were approved in October 13, 2009. The run-up to that was a group of people. There was the there's a group that funded it. It was a grant funding in order to convene a work group of persons, volunteers, involved in various tiers and aspects of construction and sustainable energy and so on and so forth. Brooke Muirbergen was on it. Michael May was on it. There's a group of people, we'll all recognize the names. I think that my suggestion on this particular topic is, as opposed to getting too deep into the nitty or the gritty, is that we would make an executive decision on whether we felt, and maybe you want Diane to be here and others, I'm not saying we do it now, but we would make an executive decision on whether we feel as a commission that those guidelines should be revisited, and then make a determination on how we feel or we believe or how it will happen, not how we feel or how we believe. We will decide as a commission that it will happen.
This Pledge of Allegiance thing, so, like, no, sometimes applications they're outside the gray area. It's not black and white.
Sure.
So that's when, we make exceptions sometimes to things that we have guidelines for. So, and if we don't have that option, then we're not really a democratic board.
But I'm not suggesting anything of the kind. I'm saying our guide is the act. That's legally what our mandate is. And we should be very familiar with it, and we should at all times, if we're gonna err, I believe we err on the side of the act.
Sure.
And I'm not saying that.
Saves us.
Yeah, and the gray, whether it's gray, black shingles on a gray roof or not, I think the bigger issue for me is whether it's not a matter of what Nantucketers want. And I'm sorry to have to say that. Think about the things in history. If it was what the majority wanted, where would this country be?
That's why all the Victorians are gone.
If the HDC hadn't been, like you had said, Mr. Chairman, many people would like the HDC to be gone. Well, if that happened, where would we be? So, and I'm not faulting Abby's perspective on this. I fall prey to this too all the time when I'm sitting here.
Abby's a populist.
Yes.
I'm gonna bring up a really it's kind of a silly analogy, but I was working with the HCC while all this was happening. There was much discussion about roof walks, okay? And people were coming in and at this point, I was not on the board. I was an applicant, strictly an applicant. And so a lot of discussion about roof walks. People were coming in, you know, trying to get a roof walk on a one-story ranch house, okay? And so the board finally decided, well, we have to, you know, we have to reel this in. We got to come in with a policy. We have to come in with a policy that works. And what they came up with was that the roof walk, it had to be on either a full two-story building or a building that was story and a half enough, tall enough, such that the second floor area was some large percentage of the first floor area. Let's just say it was 75%, okay? And as long as you met that guideline, it didn't have to be a full two-story house, because there's a lot of places, frankly, where the HDC doesn't want to see a full two-story house. They want to see a story and a half. So they came up with this rule. Well, you know, we had all these applications for roof walks, and we're like, ah, damn, you know, we didn't do this, we didn't do that. Well, after a month or two, and after we said, oh, you know, we're meeting with our client, and we said, so is a roof walk part of your program? No. Oh, yeah, definitely a roof walk. Said, okay, good, because we're going to design this house in such a way that it meets the guidelines. And we did that, and we continue to do that. So if somebody doesn't care about a roof walk, we'll do, you know, a low sort of eave thing. And if somebody really is dead set on having a roof walk, we have to make it defensible. So we still go by those same guidelines that were put in place, 10 years ago or whatever. Here's my point. My point is twofold. I'm losing my the point is twofold. One is, like synthetic materials, we are wrestling with a relatively new idea here, and coming, sort of getting comfortable with it, seeing successful installations, seeing unsuccessful installations. So we're getting our arms around that. And in the meantime, word is getting out that, hey, if you want to build a house and you really want to have solar shingles on it, make the roof black. Don't make it light gray, make it black. And then you'll have a better chance of getting through the board. So I think we're in a period of transition right now where information is coming in to the board, and it's also getting into applicants. Like, if anyone came to me and said, I definitely need solar on my house, I would say black roof, first thing.
I also think, the onus is on us to always be the bad guy. And I think it would be really helpful if installers and designers of these arrays come up with some creative solutions that maybe they pitch to us.
It's been working overtime.
Well, so remember when you wanted to do the ones downtown and we went back and forth and we came up with the solution of the pergola?
Yeah.
That was a successful solution.
I feel like I've always tried to come up with good solutions.
If you can think outside of the box, because I, for one, am always the bad guy saying, no, it doesn't meet the guidelines, it's the front of the house and they're going in 3 directions. I'm starting to resent that. So I would appreciate,
that you're the bad guy.
I don't want to be the bad guy.
I'll be the bad guy.
You got big shoulders.
I'll be the bad guy.
So,
didn't
I
sound the way I
myself,
meant
while
it
we're
to
having this conversation, are trying to think of solutions, like maybe it is a 2-story house that could have a roof walk and they could be set inside the roof walk. Or
So can I get, not beat around the bush just to
Yeah.
get at it? It's all one of the interesting things I just think about solar is the value proposition. So it's very different, just fundamentally, from other elements of designing a house. And there is a delta at which it makes sense, and if you don't meet that value proposition, people will not do it. And so
Because it doesn't make financial sense.
right, and it's not like putting in, the discussion about whether or not to put in a pool isn't, well, some people might say it's about finances, but it's not it's like if you have to put up a zillion bits of screening, you still want your pool and you put it in. With solar, it doesn't work like that. And so it's a little different. And I just want to be, I'd like the HDC to just be, I know it's not your purview, but just conscious of that.
So,
You mean that in order to make it financially, you have to have enough panels up there to?
yeah,
He's gonna go back to the
Okay.
pledge of
but
allegiance.
you gotta, I think there's some other things to consider here. One, the roof walk analogy is a really important one, because you've outlined specifically one of the unintended consequences that I was talking about earlier. We need to think about what are the unintended consequences. That unintended consequence is that we are, as an HDC by that policy, directing a type of design, which is a two-story mass. Now, interestingly enough, if you look at the sustainable preservation guidelines, they talk about solar on the secondary mass, so, or the tertiary mass, so, or as a ground array. So now if you think about it, those guidelines, if people are more, and I know this doesn't work for existing structures, which is a whole other area, which I'm gonna get to in a minute, but if people are concerned or they want to be designing in solar, to be solar responsible, to protect the island, to be energy resilient, to prevent sea level rise, well, that's okay, but it means that you compromise on the structure. You don't have a 1-2-story building where your roof plane faces the front. You have a series of smaller buildings where there is some additive massing in different orientations where your solar array can go consistent with the guidelines. So one of the unintended consequences of the existing sustainable preservation guidelines is it actually incentivizes when the dollars work for people, or if people really want to do these things that everyone espouses they want to do. And I'm not saying some people do and some people don't. I'm just saying that's the fact. It encourages them to actually do the things the HDC building with Nantucket in mind encourage, which is additive massing, successive building structures, and so on and so forth. Now, with respect to the dollars, I don't disagree with what Tobias said. However, if that is something that enters into the HDC discussion, which basically I think is completely inappropriate.
We were trying not to allow it.
Yeah, but if we, and I don't think it's a nitty gritty that necessarily we get into tonight, but if there's a work group that works on this, look, there's an equation. It's not a difficult equation. You have, in a single family dwelling, you have certain appliances, and by the number of bedroom, you calculate the number of people, and you calculate the amount of kilowatts you need. And then from there, you can determine the panel size that you need. So that work group might determine that a 2-bedroom home requires a minimum, in terms of a financial calculus, square footage of panels. Because I find it difficult when we're getting roasted on both sides. One is saying you're not doing enough to protect the islands, you're not doing enough to protect the island, you're not doing enough to protect the island. And the other is saying you're not allowing us to have energy independence, you're not allowing us to have energy independence, and so on. But then we read a letter in the editor where there's a financial windfall. Now that to me is this, the value analysis of the electrical, of the cutoff for how many square feet of solar panels you need, and this windfall that people are experiencing. This to me is like the FEMA thing. I don't believe that the historic district should be underwriting someone in.
And I'm not.
No, let me finish, please. I'm sorry. I don't believe that someone should be, and I'm not suggesting you're suggesting this, Tobias. I'm trying to make the point that I don't believe the HDC or the historic landmark should be underwriting someone's ability to not have to pay for something. What I mean by that, using the FEMA as an example, is people are saving tens of thousands of dollars a year on their insurance by building above the floodplain. But they're sacrificing and impacting the historic district, the integrity of that setting. I find that problematic. Am I passionate about it? Yes. With respect to the solar, I'm not saying it's the same amount of dollar numbers. I'm just saying I think it's something that needs to be looked at as a whole. And it needs to be done through a community work group. But that work group needs to know that their mission includes the HDC Pledge of Allegiance. Because if they're advising the HDC, that's our guide, that's our lodestone.
But so it's not an HDC work group. It's a more general.
I would suggest that we would, if the commissioners, frankly, I feel that the guidelines are suitable for purpose. I think that some tweaks could happen. I don't think black roof is the only thing. I think it needs to be.
Well, I was just citing.
No, I know. I'm not saying, when I'm making these comments, you guys think I'm verbose. If I were to address everyone's concerns, we'd be here all night. I'm not suggesting that someone is negligent or leaving something out. I'm just trying to make the points.
I think one of the problems that I had with my original example that I was really sort of upset about.
The radio station.
Is that area. And as I see the island develop, that area seems to be becoming more commercial. I can't think of a lot of residential in there. I guess there are residential houses there, but I'm just, so I'm looking, it's the radio station. It's got a tower on the top of it, it's like the solar goes with it, and I'm thinking, this is okay,
But Wade Drive, which is not developed yet, is behind that, and that's all Habitat for Humanity housing.
Right. Well, I'm talking about the one on Old South Road, not the 19.
19. Oh, I was talking about 19.
Yeah, I haven't made that leap to the other side to see what that's like, but I'm just talking about the one on Old South Road that sort of is perpendicular to the road, and it has the cross and down. You know the one.
Well, but to be clear, there's only a few businesses in there, and the rest are residential. So
no, but the whole of Old South Road, how is that developing? We've got all of that stuff going on. The Richmond Group, we've got the buildings, the
well, I'm just
FedEx
not willing to
and
make a blanket, let's cast anything in there because it's gone to shit already. I mean.
Well, no, I think I'm letting it go.
To shit? I don't think you are, Abby.
No, I think what is Old South Road now, and what, I mean, I'm just.
My office is on Old South.
And it's a very nice building.
But what
No,
do we
but you're
want?
in a neighborhood, it's different after a certain time, and it stops after another, up to Macy Lane, it's kind of become, well, that's not true.
Well,
either.
you
It's
could
not
you could
job.
use that. What's the old gravel pit? Is that Flintlock? The gravel pit out by the
Coffin
airport?
pit. Tomahawk, yeah.
Tomahawk. It would. Well, I was here for the review of the recycling station out at the landfill, which is all shingled, sidewalled, all shingled. And if that came through today, I'm sure we would approve it as metal siding, no shingles. But back then it was like those buildings didn't exist. And now Tomahawk has, if there are shingled buildings in there, there are maybe 2, and all the rest of them are all metal. It's just, that's the way the neighborhood is, and it's sort of its own little entity over there.
But what was first? See, it's like Chicken Hill. It wasn't like that. That used to be a house, a house on that whole lot. And some might say it's devolving.
Okay.
So, no, I'm not, but I'm serious, like, this is when we're supposed to talk about this stuff. Like, if we're making decisions, one of the things I'm gonna try and make my decisions based upon going forward is not just writing Nantucket 2050 on the board, but thinking about it. When we make an approval, we are creating our future history. That is what we're doing. So we've created the future history of metal buildings all through Tomahawk. Is that right or wrong? I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying, as a matter of perspective, I think it's important to keep in mind.
There.
And that's what I'm talking about with the solar. I think as a matter of perspective, what are those guidelines going to accomplish? Are they going to incentivize outcomes that are consistent with building with Nantucket in mind? That's what I'll support. That's what I think would be appropriate. Does it mean less solar on a roof? I'm not saying it does. I don't know. And that's where if the commissioners felt it was appropriate for a work group to come together, but they kept the HCC Pledge of Allegiance in mind, then we would go forward from there. Or we could use what we have.
Well, I, for one, think it's a great idea to get a group together and
Bang it out. Oh, okay, John. Well, let's see. Have we concluded here on solar?
Could I just?
Disrepairing derelict I want to cover after, not now, but before we finish. Tobias, I'm sorry.
You know, I guess I just wanted to say I appreciate everybody's comments, and you know, we turn away a lot of applicants as well. And I want you guys to know that. Like, people come to us and they say, I'd like to do solar, and I say, I don't think that's right. I don't think that's appropriate. I'd like to ask you guys at some point to come on down to the Shannon. It is the only building that has lime plaster on it. It's designed to be flooded up to 4 feet. Like, I care about preservation. I worked on the Pacific Club. I care about historic buildings. I don't want to, there are places that solar people have said, oh, I'd like to do it. And I say, that doesn't make so much sense. I wouldn't recommend that. So I just want you guys to know that. Secondly, in response to earlier, you were talking with the planning board about, you know, raising buildings and how the Concom, you know, said they didn't want to see that moved space. I like just the discussion you guys were having around that. And I would just say there is consequences to Steve's point about always putting solar on the ground. There is,
easier replacement?
No, like habitat for moths. Like, pull up the MESA maps for the entire island.
There's also the fact that, you know, a lot of people just simply don't have that liberty.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah.
I mean, most of the sites that I work on don't have that amount of space.
Fair enough. And that being said, there's a lot of buildings historically that have like dormers or additive massing because of the HDC, arguably. And that's not your fault, but I think to Steve's point, that that might be an unintended consequence of 30 years ago.
By the way, dormers, as you know, are an easy sell. They're pitched like this. If they're way up there, you can't see the panels.
Totally. And I guess what I'm like, just to wrap up, you know, I appreciate working with the HDC, and you know, I think the community would like to work more with the HDC to move forward in a positive direction. I know I don't always design solar systems that max things out because I want things to look nice, and we are conscious of that because people's properties, like whatever the conversations go around, back to your Pledge of Allegiance, people's property values matter. So when you put something on their roof, they want it to look good for a lot of people, or their neighbors want it to look good. So we are conscious of that. I think what would be helpful going forward is some of those discussions about, you know, is it on a main artery? You know, is it in a rural area where it's like the end of the road and it's on the front of the house, but you have to drive down to that driveway and look down it, you know? I'll be before you tomorrow with a tree we're gonna plant so you can't see one at the end of nosegay. You know, it's on the backside of the building, you know, like, you know, I think we've worked through that and that's been a healthy process, but I think having some discussion around, and I think the board's been very receptive to this, of like, the location does kind of matter. If it's the end of the lot that only one person is gonna see, who, you know, when the mailman is gonna see when he drops off the mail, like, does it really matter? Is that really affecting the character?
And that's the other aspect of this that I'm sure that you both appreciate, which is when we approve anything, solar, house, anything, a pool, inevitably we'll get 5 other people coming in and saying, oh, well, you know, you guys just approved that on Old South Road. And, you know, it's really hard to say, well, we gave them theirs, but we were not going to give you yours. So there's the proverbial Pandora's box thing that we have to always be mindful of. So,
I'd like to note I never used that argument ever.
I wish the world were like you, Tobias.
Yes, me too.
The mailman will be in for his when he sees those.
If I may,
yes.
I'm not too sure where the commission wants to go with solar panel guidelines, if you all are going to be creating a work group. But I did want to bring to your attention that the U.S. Department of Energy had a funding where both the National Renewable Energy Laboratory and the National Trust for Historic Preservation came up with a list of how to implement solar PV projects on historic buildings and historic districts. And I think the commission would be very interested in this because it talks about historic preservation and it talks about the need for, solar and how to kind of implement. And there's a good collaboration between the two disciplines, if you will.
A lot of it you're already doing as the principles in here. This document is from 2011 and it needs some updating as well, I might add, but it did draw attention to some of those towns I mentioned, Alexandria, Virginia, Breckenridge, Colorado, that, again, why reinvent a wheel if we can be inspired by successful
Oh, yeah.
So I think all that information
I'd
is
love
valuable.
good ideas.
Could I?
I'll email it to you.
She can send it.
Holly has it.
I'm gonna email it to
Yeah.
Kathy, and Kathy can distribute it to the
Could
rest.
I just like leave you just with a thought because I
Go.
Yes, I know
Go.
John.
Go, John,
Just
before you,
go.
I'm gonna make a comment. So I wanna hear everything he said.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, then why don't we just pick up in 5 minutes? Let's take a break.
All right, wait, I wanna make my
Okay.
statement. All right,
I
so
thought you had to go to the.
I may have already sent
What
it
I
to you, I
find
did, but
is,
I'm sending it again.
I'll call it an abomination, all right? It's a good word.
Nantucket.
You can't spell it, but that's all right.
You're right.
So, when somebody comes in, somebody builds a house, 8 years old, brand new, gray roof, right? Right, he owns the house 8 years, he comes in, he says, I want solar on my roof. Okay, I say, okay, fine, it's no silver, no shiny colors, and he's okay. He said, well, what am I gonna do? Well, first of all, you gotta put a black roof underneath it. That to me is if you got an 8-year-old house and you want solar to save money, you gotta spend money to put that
I know.
re-roof the house.
I know.
That's
John,
that's
so
part
what do
of
you
it.
do?
John, I've thought about spray painting
You've
roofs.
requested that in the past. You've requested that in the past.
Who? Don't you, who mean?
No, I'm serious.
How can you have me make a statement on,
Okay. You wanted to make a parting statement.
A parting statement.
Okay.
Just to consider, what would you think? And it's just because I'm downtown all the time, and so I'm always looking at building. I'm thinking, and I just wanted to leave you with these thoughts. If you look at Hummock Pond Road and the solar that went up there, and if you looked at the Whaling Museum and the slate roof, if you look at the two between a solar panel and a piece of slate, they're pretty similar. Okay.
I would agree with that.
Sometimes if you have different shapes or dimensions, it doesn't work so well. And so I think we're all as a community grappling with these issues. We use cedar shingles. Cedar comes from like hardwood forests in Maine or up in Canada.
Softwood, yeah.
Sorry, thank you. We use clear, beautiful cedar on Nantucket, and it's a shame cutting down these big forests up in Canada. It's tough.
But it does help prevent forest fires.
It does help prevent forest fires. So I'll give Steve that benefit of the doubt. But what I wanted to just leave you with a thought with, and I've appreciated this discussion, and I hope to continue to work with the board, is what would you think about having solar on the Nantucket Athenaeum, on the library? Walk by, look around.
It's got a very low roof pitch on it.
It's very low.
Do you even see the roof?
You can see it barely in certain aspects.
I think that's a black roof too.
It's a black roof, but it's a historic building, right?
Yeah.
Go around, walk. I've never talked to the library about it, but I walk by and I think about it. And I guess my point I'm trying to make is there's ways we can work together and move forward, because preservation is about preserving Nantucket, because sea level is coming up. And so I think we all acknowledge that we have to work together. And how can we continue to move forward in that way? To do that.
You would just take a look at it.
Yeah, great. I just want to leave you with that.
Okay, well, thank you.
One quick question for you. What would you think if the HDC said that solar power, not in the old HDC, anywhere else on the island you can have it?
They'd have to move the Athenaeum.
Huh?
They'd have to move the Athenaeum out of the OHD.
Well, so again, like back to like I don't want to be placed on the I would hope this would be, we could have all reasonable, fair discussions, and I don't want to
Right.
I hope you guys don't pin me down, but I don't think that would be fair to follow the Pledge of Allegiance. I think there's some areas in the historic district that you can't see that it makes sense.
Well, if you can't see
Okay.
it, then
Right.
it's
There you
okay.
go.
But
Exactly.
but at the same time, I wouldn't advocate like having no HDC review
Yeah, that's.
all over the whole island, because I think like even when you go off island, there's designs that don't look well, but there's a lot of great designs out there. And so I would say that like for the whole island, I would hope you would support it more outside the historic districts, but that's kind of in line with your guidelines. That's kind of like
It's
a
much easier
bellwether.
for us to review something outside the OHD, we scrutinize the inside, but I wouldn't rule out. I think it would be wrong to categorically just say you can't have solar in the OHD.
Yeah, that's just not.
It's not fair.
Yeah.
It's very different from a pool. Okay, well, thank you.
So
both.
can I ask that we, just to close this out, can I ask that we, through staff, receive the different informations, PDF form hopefully, or however, to review, and what's the next month with 5 Tuesdays in it?
Oh, gosh.
And that we would put this at the top of our agenda, having reviewed that at that point, and then make maybe an executive decision on how to proceed.
December.
December.
That would bring you to New Year's Eve, and I don't think you'd want that.
Oh, yeah. that's
New
not gonna
Year's
happen.
Eve.
I'm not doing anything.
So,
Nor am I.
I am.
I like this.
So let's have a HCC meeting.
yeah, we're gonna bring in the new year, talking about solar. People think I'm anti-solar, I'm not, I'm just trying to make
Yeah,
points
I
that we're
just think it's
thinking.
hard to make black and white guidelines, because I
That's
think.
why we exist.
But I think back to Ray's point is like telling people there's black roofs. Like put that on the desk at the building.
And that's
Plus-
just anecdotal
Right.
input that I can give people
Oh.
about the symmetry and the color, but there's nothing.
really?
So
Yeah.
Wow.
they should
Okay,
look at
we
the
should-
sustainable
I
preservation
tell them not
guidelines.
to
Page
because
11.
I think you're beyond that. I think you've improved upon it based on many of your recent rulings.
Okay.
That's the only thing we have to rely on
I
though.
know.
That's the only thing
That's
that
why I was,
HEC had voted on.
is there an opportunity for us to move even just the solar guidelines forward and not the whole document of the sustainable preservation guidelines?
I don't know, I mean, what I was looking at realistically when I made the suggestion that we schedule it our next available opportunity, which I presume was the next organizational, is we're going in November, it's gonna be Thanksgiving, and then it's gonna be Christmas and New Year's. And everyone is rushing to get their projects into the HCC before winter. So not only do we have our own lives going on, but we have what will probably be pretty large agendas every Tuesday into Thursday. So I was just trying to think of a practical way that we could advance it and maybe talk about it and then make a decision to move forward. I'm just one voice. I'm trying to give it some structure. I don't know.
I think we should do it well.
Well,
it's
what
fresh in
about
our
the work
mind.
group idea? Like,
That's what
how
I
does
was
that
asking.
work? Who's gonna?
Well, that's for us to decide though. I want
Oh.
to be clear, like we shouldn't be.
I didn't think it was an HDC work group. I thought it was a community work group.
I think there's a whole discussion that needs to be had. I'm not saying it's an hour-long discussion about what that is and what does it look like. Because otherwise we say, oh, let's have a work group. Well, what happens? We don't have any idea or control over it, and the control needs to be there because we're working under the act.
Hey, we have guidelines that either formally or informally we have implemented at this table. I think that the idea would be to just get that in some sort of a format so that people at the very earliest stages can say, oh, black roof, okay, noted. Oh, this, noted.
Suggestion.
Really,
Does that?
I know you're just saying that for simplicity, but
Do those guidelines?
people hear
have,
black roof and they think
No, I'm
they're
saying
good.
not, the whole bit, like.
No, I know you're saying that as the whole.
On the back of the house,
Because that
the
would
obvious.
be a good thing to do by neighborhood, because then it would make it easier.
Well,
for us.
and I was gonna
It's a
bring
punch
that
list.
up.
I
That
go through
could be
people
a thought
all the time.
process.
Here's the easiest thing in the world.
Historic district versus the rest.
If somebody has the option of, and so many of my projects fall in this category, They have the option of kind of canting the house, you know, like 45 degrees this way or that way.
We've done it multiple
You know,
times.
it's like, if you can move the
Not
house.
everybody is you, and other people need this guidance coming into this brand new.
I think a lot of the
Yeah,
existing
that's
is
the
the
problem.
biggest issue.
It's,
The what?
it's how to get the
The
information
existing houses
across.
are the
Right.
biggest issue.
Oh, yeah, it's true.
Definitely, that's all, definitely true. But even with new construction, if people knew up front
Yeah,
what they should be looking for, orientation, solid roof planes, you know, that kind of thing. And
You guys, it's in the sustainable preservation guidelines right now.
right.
All we need to do is add that the preference in any instance that's visible is a black roof shingle.
why do you
And,
keep going back to the black roof shingle?
because I'm trying to say you need to add that as a preference.
Update
And,
with pictures.
and
too.
orientation. There's
Better
illustrations in
picture.
there.
I know, they could be improved
I know, but
if we're making it an iteration.
I'm, do I hear the Solar Energy Office
In general.
suggesting that they're gonna put this together for us for a review?
I'm here to offer my support.
I mean, I'm trying to figure out, like, I'm trying to come up with a solution on how we get what you're looking for in a realistic timeline, given our workload. We have staff who are beyond themselves just trying to get the stuff they need to get to us, because they're new in the position, or relatively new in the position. So if we have sustainable preservation guidelines that were adopted and we can add some language to them to at least get us started, that's all I'm suggesting. I'm trying to help, because otherwise we're gonna end up walking away from this table with nothing.
Yeah. That might be.
It's related to updating the guidelines or the other ones. Yes, I came here to just hear interest from the board, and I am hearing some interest, so I would like to take it upon myself to research this further, see if there's grant opportunities for funding, and to revisit the guidelines as they were written in 2009, and offer my own input, but I think it will involve a stakeholder process.
Yeah.
So we're talking about later than December. Realistically.
Are we, sorry, just to be clear, talking about some list of just general items that can be added, or?
No, we're talking about two different things. I'm
Okay.
suggesting that we take a look at the existing guidelines
Yeah.
and we supplement them with the comment about the roof color preference in any solar array that's visible is black. And that with new construction, if it's not in there, I don't remember whether it is, that the age-old solution to solar heating and cooling is orientation, and we add that to the list. And then there are some functional guidelines that reflect what we do to date that can be distributed to people who ask for them while the rest of it is going on. That's what I'm suggesting.
Okay. So it's a matter of somebody doing it.
We can do it in,
Yeah,
10 minutes
yeah.
versus having to, I don't want you guys, you, Lauren, in your capacity, because you have solar stuff going on, Tobias and the installers, and then Kathy on the front line. If you need a tool, I'm trying to suggest we get you a tool.
Yeah.
At least, you're not using a vice grip as a hammer, you're using a hammer that's not a perfect hammer.
Mr. Chair, if I may offer a solution, maybe, to take the original sustainability guidelines that have the solar component in there, maybe update it to what Stephen is talking about, so that way there's something at least available to the public now. But in the interim, look at ways to fund a revision, because we all do agree that was it 2009, I think it was. It does need to be updated.
Well,
And again, this kind of
trying to update the
I
guides.
think I just said that.
okay. Sorry.
Okay, but no, I like your
Have it right
interest.
at the front desk when they get their applications right there.
If you think about it, I mean, Lauren's presence in the Plus department, she's right there when people walk in. They come in there to ask her solar questions, so she's working hand in hand, I think, with what the town, HDC, is wanting to do and what the incentives are on the energy side. So she's trying to, I think, do and she does a really good job, by the way. She gets a lot of people in there. So, but it's one of those things where if we have the tools, like it is, it's there. We all agree that there's some tweaking that need to be done to it, but it does warn itself, right. That way, there's some type of happy medium. Is what I'm getting at.
Are you volunteering to do it?
I can make an extraction. They don't need the whole guidelines.
Right.
People come in for solar, not the vertical axis, lawn ornamental wind art anymore. Let me take a crack at it. I might ask to Steven or Ray for some input, but I think it could be a one-pager with some good pictures for guidance.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you,
You know,
Laura.
You're welcome.
the biggest, best rules are the simplest ones on this one. Okay, thank you,
Thank you,
guys.
everybody.
Thanks
Have
a
a good
lot.
evening.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
good night.
Thanks.
Lucky you get
Windows
to
in
go.
the OHD Sconset OHD. This is obviously about our true divided light versus simulated divided light. So, the way I think this thing is just sort of like morphing, because now,
Like everything.
well, in other words, we don't have a clearly defined policy yet, but I think one is starting to sort of gel. Which is, speaking of energy, I go through these old houses and people are paying, an absolute fortune because they got these windows that are leaking, they're single glaze, the condensate ices up and it runs down in the springtime and rots the sill and all that kind of
Yes,
stuff.
I have those windows myself.
Yeah, well, no, a lot of people do. So I think at least the first example that I can think of, I'm sure there are many that preceded this, was that one on Union Street where the guy, I think he was an off-island guy, put in,
John Trudell.
oh my gosh,
Yeah.
that's right, it was him. Yeah, no, I
Was it
totally
really?
forgot about that.
Unknowingly.
Yeah.
No, I know.
I'm just, for the record,
Yeah.
clarifying.
So, I think we looked at it, and interestingly, because it was already done, we could actually see the windows in place, and the conclusion that we came to was, unless you're, up close, like where you've got a 0 front yard setback and you've got the house right on the street with a sidewalk, that it's really hard to tell the difference. So, this long-held policy, I think we might be able to adjust. We are currently reviewing that thing for Brooke Muirbergen down by Greater Light. I don't think that was approved or disapproved, and I think he's still in flux on that.
I think so.
I thought we approved it.
I don't really remember, but I think one
Howard Court?
Howard Court, exactly.
I think it got approved with something that he didn't want, but he was gonna go back to the client with it, or something like that.
Because I think you may have wanted it on 2 sides.
Mhm.
Abby wanted it on just the front. Something like that. But anyway, so here we are, and
Windows.
So this would be another place to update the sustainable preservation guidelines, because the sustainable preservation
Right.
guidelines that were adopted
Right.
by the Historic District Commission
yes,
were that, to the extent possible, existing windows should be reutilized not only for their historic nature, but also as a repository of energy, because we are concerned as a nation with the petrochemicals that go into production of new windows, and I think rightly so. So we want to preserve the old windows and fix them. So that was one part that's in there, and the other part that's in there is
this is in
the old historic district, in the sustainable preservation. And the other thing that's in there is that there is a strong encouragement that wood frame storm windows be utilized in the OHD.
Yes.
And I think that even it's suggested outside the OHD. But I'm just saying, I read it just yesterday, I think.
Just to second that, I really thought about switching out a window at the shanty on the back side that you would never see to a double glazed after you guys gave me approval for it, because I knew no one would ever see it.
Sneak.
And I didn't do it. And I didn't do it because I read about the latent carbon that it would take to reproduce that other window, and I decided not to do that.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, people think I'm anti-energy. I just want to be clear, I'm not anti-green.
No.
I'm listening, sorry.
Stephen, you
All right.
bring
But
up,
all that's green isn't gold.
you bring up a good point though, but if you look at the energy efficiency of historic windows, that's also, there's proof of that.
Fairly huge factor. Oh, you mean that it's bad?
No, there's
Oh.
actually that
old
documentation about the
windows.
old windows do well.
Not
Well,
mine.
when they
No.
weren't insulated
It's
to death
Depending,
and rotted.
It's
depending on when.
It's the
Mine
air,
roll and-
what the common misconception with windows, I know a little bit about this, is that the window is the most energy inefficient. That's not the case. It's the draft sealing, which
Yes,
in
the
the industry
sealants.
today is called air sealing.
Yep.
Where you get your cold and you get your infiltration of unconditioned air. And by that I mean either in the summer, it's hot, humid air, and in the winter, it's cold air. That's where their problem is in the air sealing around the frames of the windows hidden behind the casing. So a lot of these windows, if they are something that could be salvaged with proper air sealing, would actually improve tremendous efficiency simply by doing air sealing around the frame. So I'm sorry, I didn't mean to,
No,
but
you finished it for me. That's where I was getting at with that.
okay. It's
Are we
so
going
frustrating.
through all of this tonight?
Or you can leave.
Yeah, because I
No.
don't have anything to do, but I don't know how much attention.
Just
All
think of
right,
that
so
glass
if
of-
everybody could just get to this, I think as a group, we have come up with this compromise that seems to work for all of us or most of us.
I agree. Here's what I think we should do. We have a few examples now where we have approved alternative sash on the side and the back. And we will keep this as a discretionary measure
Yeah,
based completely on visibility, context, everything.
Yeah.
You know, what if there's a street running right behind the back of the house?
no, right.
You know, Twin Street and Lion Street. You don't want to put them on the back of the Lion Street house because you'll see them on Twin Street,
No,
right on the
right.
road.
But
So,
I do feel like we're there with this.
Yes.
As a group.
okay, all right, so.
But just for clarification, are we saying that it's okay to have them on the side if it's still visible? Because that's how the Howard Street got voted. John and I voted no.
No, I think if it's, but that,
Okay, I'm just
I
looking for
want to be,
clarification.
I want to be
Well, that's what I
able
was
to, if I have concerns about what the visibility would be, like if a side window is close to a public way and you're gonna be able to look right over and see it. You know, so I don't want to make a like cut and dry policy. I think that would be the wrong way to approach this. I think that we really have to do this on a case by case, you know, and do our due diligence in terms of going and looking at the house and figuring out which sides, if any, are appropriate.
I agree.
Okay,
All right, so we'll let that one go.
just wanted to catalog it.
Okay, now the synthetic materials deal now. Yes.
Well,
So, yes, Val, were you gonna say something?
I think based on our presentation that was given to us, it swayed how I felt about it. Where I think we need to just be careful with this is one is not equal to the other.
Totally
So
agree.
if you say, synthetic materials are okay and somebody finds a new product and it's like vinyl siding, but you say you accept synthetic, so
No, I
It's
don't
gotta be
believe,
very-
I don't believe we would ever just categorically say, the HEC now approves of synthetic materials. Again, we need to know what the material is specifically, where it's going specifically. Oh, and Abby had called my attention to a few places around town, and it kind of got me thinking sort of more philosophically. So one of the things was that barn that the guy did behind his place, off of Prospect Street.
I looked at that too, I don't think it's AZAC.
It's not. I think it's plywood.
Yeah, because I saw some delamination in the upper portion of one of the corner boards, and it's definitely a wood type material.
Delamination as in plywood delam?
As in bubbling underneath the paint surface.
Yeah, so AZAC would never do that. Now, so the other funny thing is, maybe think about plywood, and it's like, well, plywood is made out of wood, kind of, sort of, but, you know, probably 50% of plywood is epoxy.
Yeah.
You know,
No way.
yeah.
It's like
lot of
7%.
70?
7.
7?
It's expensive. Do you know how expensive epoxy is?
No, but of the layers, well, depends
It's
on what
it's
kind.
minimal.
Okay,
It's
all right.
minimal.
Okay.
It's really minimal.
But it's not just wood.
It's not just wood. Oh, and the other thing that they're using now is Medex. You know, the squash particle board that's waterproof?
That's different. A little different.
I think
That's
that's
higher.
pretty heavy on
I'm
the
sure that bubbling isn't, I'm not sure that exact doesn't bubble.
It won't.
It won't.
I just
The
tell you
reason
from
that
experience.
wood bubbles is because there's air trapped inside the wood and it wants to come out and it lifts the paint off. AZAC is inert, there's no air in it, so there's no reason that it would bubble.
And moisture will do the same thing. So AZAC is what's called a closed cell foam. So basically, think of it as you got a whole bunch of M&Ms in a bag, and they're up against each other, and they're all sealed. So they can't accept air or water into them.
That's why it doesn't rot.
That's why it doesn't rot. And it's also an inorganic material.
So.
But it does look, you're right, I looked at it, I'm like, that looks so perfect, except for I saw that one little piece that was
I don't
delaminated.
know, I don't believe it.
So can I make a suggestion on that, is that if we, and when we approve, we would approve, it would be a qualification, a qualified approval. And what I mean by that is, hey Val, this is important to you, you're the one who brought this up.
Yeah, this is your baby.
So it would be, the suggestion is that there would be a qualified approval, somewhat similar to the roof stuff.
Yeah.
The roof shingles stuff is a technical HTC term after 750. Wait, John, would you keep not sending me stuff that I sent you?
Sure.
God, thank you. I'm sorry, I'm easily distracted and I haven't had enough Snickers yet this evening.
We have some.
Betty White.
So the idea would be it's qualified approval. What I mean by that is that we look at the materials we looked at, we say that we will accept these on a case-by-case basis, and we're not approving synthetic materials, we're approving, and we're not approving Borel as the manufacturer, we're approving a coal ash material using Borel as the example. We're not approving lifestyle, you know what I mean? So
I know, well, we're not allowed to do that.
Right, and we've covered ourselves, and then we can do a little sheet, like we did with the roof shingles, like I did with the roof shingles, and we can vote on it, and then we can post it to the website, and it can just be a little paragraph that states what's potentially approvable.
That's a really good point.
The only thing,
Get it to generic terms.
yeah, and the only thing we really need to be careful about, though, is stepped up vigilance on reviewing as commissioners, because Kathy, when she sits here, has a bunch of stuff going on, is actually reviewing the application to see what it says. Because once the word gets out that it may be acceptable, people will be putting on their application, and if we're not looking at the application,
Right.
we might be approving it unwittingly.
Well, it's very similar to the fiberglass doors with Richmond, with the apartment buildings.
I don't think that anybody will tell if they're painted. I mean, they're plenty of.
Fiberglass.
Yeah, and isn't it a fire
Well,
separation thing too?
It may be, but I think that the point is, back in the old days, when there were far fewer applications coming across this board's desk, the way that each application was initiated was the administrator would read the whole application, sidewall shingle, white cedar, trim, 1x6, painted white, like write down the whole list, every single application.
Absolutely.
We don't have time to do that.
And write a recommendation.
Yeah. That would be very onerous given our workload these days. So all I can say is, now that we're introducing it, or now that we're sort of entertaining it as a new material, like the focus should be just on that one line item.
Yeah.
Is it wood or is it something other than wood? That's easy to identify.
And I would actually suggest as a matter of operations, Kathy, if we get to that point until it becomes second nature, is just when an application comes in, plus staff would look at the trim, and if it says anything but wood, it would just get a highlight.
Yeah.
And I know that you can't really do that with everyone, but if you're doing it, then you'll get an application, it'll be sitting here, you'll be getting everyone their paperwork, but you'll see out of the corner of your eye a little bit of highlight.
That'll be up to Kathy.
And we need to be diligent in asking about it ourselves.
Yeah.
I didn't want it to fall through the cracks.
Yeah.
I know how important it is to them.
Okay.
I just had a question on this, just because I was curious. Would like synthetic decking be allowed?
No way.
Like for a deck, like a wood.
Actually,
because that's like like in a lot of applications you'd never see. It just kills me to see these hardwood trees that are from the middle of the Amazon, and it's just like these guys are coming from Brazil to put them in.
One thing that I've never seen that like actually looks like wood is decking.
I know.
And you know what? I bet there's somebody out there working on that product right now. What I've seen is like on cheap boardwalks in New Jersey, they have like literally recycled plastic, which is noble.
Yeah,
it's great. Recycled product. They make these like 2x10 plastic boards, and they stamp a little faux wood grain in them, and they just look like plastic.
They got them in Carolina too.
So that
I just stayed in a house this weekend in Narragansett that had that. They were red. It was red plastic.
Like to get at your point though, is like there are like there are recycled 100% like a black, like a chic, I don't know, it's like just solid black, but if it's in a location that you'd never see the deck.
If we can't see it, it's like
that,
not our purview.
And we have approved it.
Okay, I was just curious. I didn't want to get you guys.
So if it's not visible, then I hate this, but our Pledge of Allegiance is becoming if it's not visible, and I know that that's a big part of it, but.
We're getting down to the Pledge of Allegiance.
Okay.
Okay. YouTube, I don't know anything about this.
So I put some small things in earlier, hopefully, so we could have I should have put it in earlier.
The sorbet course.
So we could have some wins and feel good about ourselves.
Yeah,
so
this is one of them.
Yeah, Kathy, could you just explain?
On the application, on the agenda, it says, click here to watch live feed, and it will bring you right to the NCTV.
Oh.
Which is great.
Is that a new thing?
Yeah, I just did it this week.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Couldn't find it myself.
Because
so that's good.
including my wife,
Right.
is like, I don't know how to get it. Great. Okay.
Thank
cool.
you.
Yeah.
So you
Nice
That's
job.
super.
Awesome.
A+.
That took a lot longer than I thought it was.
Yeah.
Great.
Applications
Number
and
9.
supplements other than de minimis required prior to hearing.
Okay, so these are grouped for the reason that they're all similar. There was
Sorry. She explained to us that she has now put the link to it on the page, so people can just click on it.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is, we need our information in advance or else we can postpone it.
Yeah, I think that that's appropriate. And I brought it up on my, I brought it up with relation to the next one, which is the old number 8, number 10, discussion of applicants bringing new plans revisions to the table.
Doing these together.
And supplements provided at the table, time for commissioner review. These are all, those 3, the 9, 10, and 11 were different from different people, I think. The idea was that if someone presents a whole bunch of information, I don't think it's respectful of the process. I don't think it's respectful of the, whether it's the applicant or the opposition. I believe it's not I'm not saying it's intentionally disrespectful, but it's not respectful of everyone's time and their ability to review information so that they can coherently come up with their thoughts on it. Having information presented at the table and being, kind of rifled at us is, I think, contrary to what we're trying to do, which is a thoughtful review.
Can you just, give me an example,
Someone-
like historic stuff?
Yeah, someone brings up a whole bunch of historic stuff and wants to walk through every single bit of it and have us make a decision. I believe that we should have the option, and they should be made aware in advance, that if that were to happen, the commission reserves its right, which it always does, but this is about public
Say,
perception.
oh, 30 pages? We'll take this up next week
Yeah.
after we've all had a chance. I think that's perfectly within our rights to do.
Yes.
Okay, so I just want to go down because, so we sort of glossed over the other than de minimis stuff.
Well, that's the other than de minimis.
Okay, so once again, at the board's discretion, if there is information that we find is lacking from an application that is required for our proper understanding and it's not there, we can pass over the application.
Right, so the other
We just
side
say,
of the coin.
come back to us with your topo plan.
Right.
We'll see you next week.
Right.
Now, as regards number 2, or number 10 in this case, the discussion of the applicants bringing new plans, I say, like, I'll take a recent example. Kent Murphy was in here on a Tuesday. I forget whether I was on the application or not, but it was like, we just needed some minor things tweaked. It was a small thing, you're just doing a shed dormer, but some of the stuff just wasn't right. And we said, well, if you can get this stuff together by Thursday, we'll hear you again on Thursday. So we were the ones, the board were the ones that decided we will accept this information coming in at the table because he didn't have that much he needed to do. So that's very different than somebody coming in and saying, oh, I know I submitted these plans, but everybody throw those away.
I agree.
And we're gonna do these different plans now. And then everybody gets all confused and it's like all this paper goes.
Especially
back.
if it was something on the view list, and I take
Yeah.
that very seriously and
Yeah.
look at them, and then now you're like, oh,
So I see that as grounds for expulsion.
That's when we get a chance to drink together.
why not?
Yeah, okay,
How about
so
now?
we all agree to that, right?
So, I just would
Go.
like to make a point, though,
Yeah.
please, on the contrary side of that. I think that
Of what?
I would suggest that, like a lack of information or supplemental information to the table, it's at the discretion of the commission, and it's a matter of just letting people know that presenting plans at the table is discouraged, because I think there's a difference. We've had a couple situations where, I'll use Matt as an example, who is a thoughtful designer, I think we would all say,
Yeah.
or Lisa with Botticelli and Paul.
She's not.
Not so much.
And they've said, oh, well, I spoke to the client and we really didn't think that this was appropriate and we made this little change. So I'm just saying, we should just be cognizant not to throw the baby out with the bathwater.
No, but
Again, at the board's discretion.
Yes, that's all. I just wanted to make sure we're on the same page.
because sometimes people will throw things in just to get it in and get it in line. And,
Right, and that's
Oh,
a
yeah,
burden
yeah.
on Kathy
and
too.
the other part of that is if it's something that is creating opposition in its neighbors.
They haven't had a chance to look at it.
Right.
Well, that was the other than de minimis. If you come up and there's a whole bunch of people in here, like I was thinking about North Liberty as an example. I'm not going to talk about the particular project, but using you as an example, I can see where someone might not have time and they bring it all in and it's just unloaded and you really don't have an opportunity to review it. And it's important to review. So we get in the habit of saying, thank you very much, and we will, for our due diligence, reschedule.
If I may, on the policies and procedures I drafted and put on the website, towards the very end, it does say you're not able to swap out plans once you sign up for the meeting at the office. We don't take it, and I have turned some people away and said,
Nice.
sorry. I said,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. What are you doing?
Yeah.
I think we just checked off a lot.
Could
That's I grouped them that so we could get through a bunch.
Thank you.
could I ask a quick question?
Yes.
We've been trying at Xmart to.
You should just run the HTC.
No, well, I'm always.
What the hell? You're always here.
No, well, I've been. I'm always interested in lots of things, but I think about processes and how to make them better. That's,
Yeah.
you know that. So that's just who I am as a person. But we often try to help you guys because we want to get approved, right? So we want to make your life easier. So we've been showing like perspectives on our application, like
Yes.
where the photo is
I'm
from.
aware.
It's
Yes.
not advantageous to me to BS you and try to show you a picture, take a picture that's not in my best view. So I wanted to ask, last time I came, we submitted an application, it was on the back of a building, Ron Winter's place. It was like on the back side,
Yes,
30
yes.
acres, like you could
Yeah,
never
you
see
got
it
that
really.
approved.
Got that approved. Nope. I thought it was an easy one. You know, he wanted it on the front. I said, Ron, it's not going to happen. We'll do it on the back. I came in with an iPad and showed you guys the pictures.
Yep.
You know, I didn't want to submit, like, if I submitted all those pictures from those, because it's like in between houses, you'd see like a sliver of the panel.
Actually, I believe you did submit a picture of that, and it showed pretty clearly that there was almost none.
Yeah, but the point I wanted to get at is, like, in the future, what if I had like a screen and I shed like a little video and made it more of a presentation, so you guys could make and I'm not suggesting I hear Steve
I have a visceral no on that.
Okay, great. Not a problem.
But the reason is this. It's not just one particular application, and I'm the first one to say there needs to be exceptions to the rules, but the practice should be that an application is submitted in full in advance of the hearing so everyone can review it.
Totally, and we do that.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying you don't, but that's where if someone comes in with pictures and they want to present more, there's a difference in my mind, and I don't know what you guys think, is if you put a bunch of pictures in the application and they're digitally and they're here on file and they can go on the screen here, we have a screen.
Yeah.
Then if you come to the table and you give us a bunch of stuff, and this is where later in the process it's going to be very helpful that we can review each application in our pajamas or in the bathtub or at a public drinking hole, watering hole, by clicking on them and looking at them in advance, because we can see if there's decks we want to measure or there's a bunch of pictures we have a question about, and then we can just simply ask the applicant, I have a question about this picture, I don't think it's correct, or I think it's correct, or what does it show me? And it solves us all going through and having these long presentations and discussions.
I think supplemental
Is
pictures
that, am I on the right
though
track
are
or no?
okay. Like if you put in your application.
We might want to cap it, let's cap it at 6.
Right.
Instead of 50.
Right.
Oh.
Right.
Those who shall remain nameless.
Right.
Not you.
Right.
Ray,
I get you.
You have some people that come in and you have a stack of photos, right?
Oh, yeah.
A couple of weeks ago,
Yeah.
22 photos of something that was over here. There's a picture of one of them over here. Completely out of spot,
So John,
But we should have pictures.
we should have some pictures.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Enough to be able to look at in a few minutes, but not a Bible.
But if the applicant submits them in the file digitally, at some point, and I think this directly to Tobias's point, one, it's helpful for the commission to have more information than less.
Yes.
2, we need to rein in how much time it takes because we simply don't have the practicality to review it all at this table. So if we can review it in advance, it's helpful. 3, if it's in the application and a question comes up and it's digital, it's on the computer, press the button, it shows up on the screen. We all look at the same page at the same time. We're not flipping through multiple pages or looking through all these different pictures, and it's horrible.
Well, that's what I'm getting at is, like, I hate coming into meetings and you guys being like, oh, I have a concern about this or this perspective, and like walking around the table and trying to be like,
That's because the chairman does it. He isn't as good keeping order as he should.
well, it's not your.
That's one of these agenda items.
Sorry. Let's get to it.
I knew that was Terry's.
Fire the chair.
Just want to help.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
I wish I had a clock.
Okay. Let's see. Did that cover item 11?
Yeah. 9, 10, 11.
Well, we have agent sign form agenda.
And swapping representation of application and attendance as a group.
Yeah. So.
So,
All right. First of all, I don't think that's legal.
are we doing those together?
Well, they're related, so I put them together
Okay.
to talk about. We don't have to talk about each one. We can talk about them separately.
I
Okay.
think the signed thing we went through before, when we were talking about
Right.
the like kind.
Right, and excuse me, but, that is on our checklist.
Yeah.
And at the office, if they don't have it, they email us, that's part of the deadline. If we don't have it by Wednesday at noon, the applications are going on the agenda.
If they don't have what?
If they don't even have the authorization from the
What I
homeowner.
might do is have somebody send me an email, like print the email with the date,
Right.
from their thing, and it, with regard to this very limited power of agency.
Right. I always thought, apparently incorrectly, that that was something that the HDC required, and that was an HDC form. It must be a form that I have in my office and have had forever, that every single job we do, every single one, first thing we do, you're a client of ours now, so just sign that, and that will allow us to go to the HDC for you. So they sign it, send it back, and then we include it as part of our thing. I thought that was part of the process.
No, but
Okay,
it makes
well,
sense
if it isn't, it
because
should
a
be.
lot of people aren't here physically
Right.
Who people?
to sign their applications when you're working for somebody.
But nobody is.
Right.
So, yeah, you need to be the agent.
Right.
You need to be the agent to sign the form work for them, and you need to be the agent to represent them at the meeting, which is very different than Val Oliver is the agent for John Smith. Here's that paperwork, says that. And Val can't show up, so she says, hey, TJ, can you just represent that for me?
Okay, so I just did that when Ethan
Well,
called me.
right. It's been very, very, like, we don't really
Casual.
care, been very casual. I will only say that you, the person who signed the agent consent form, if you designate somebody else and they screw up in some way, your owner can either get mad at you or in that worst cases, come after you and say, I never designated TJ to represent me at the HDC. So if nothing else, it's a policy that is for the protection of applicants,
Right.
But maybe
Kathy, and
May
then
I
I'll-
say something, as far as the form for the agent signing on the application for, let's
Yes.
just say Mr. Homeowner has hired Kadeem.
Yes.
Lives in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
If the form you're talking about exists, how about I check with Andrew and we post it on the website so that the applicants that don't live here can sign it and send it to their, agents.
Agent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So earlier I mentioned that form, and my suggestion would be that if we don't have the form, we have one whipped out by town council that satisfies all the legal requirements to satisfy the town, which is probably just a matter of wording.
Yeah.
To make sure things are included and posted on the site,
Right.
if it doesn't exist already. And then we stand by that it's a requirement.
Yeah, for some reason I thought that, or maybe John had said it to me, that it was fine for me to email the agency and say, I give so-and-so permission to act on my behalf, and that was suitable to cover the basis of the signature of the homeowner.
Well, and now it begs the question, if everything's gonna go remote.
Well, that's why, but that's where, so that's where John's comment earlier, and it's the form online.
Well, I'll find out.
Why it'll be important to have a printed name next to the DocuSign signature. So it identifies whether it's the owner who signed it or their agent. And if it's the agent, we know we have a proper authorization form. Because what if we're busy and we get a form and we think it says, I read emails all the time and I think it says something, and then I go back and I read it, I'm like, oh my God, I totally didn't get it. So it just eliminates the potential for a slip up, and it takes any liability out of staff's hands, which I think is important, because we don't want anybody in the line of fire if, God forbid, one of these, it only takes once for it to become a legal issue. Apparently it did with you, or it might have, so.
Yeah, Steve Butler.
And then that also addresses the next one. If you don't have a signed form, you're not swapping representation at the table.
That, the swapping of representation, I agree with, and, where this brings me in my mind, I know we've been really gracious with people about saying when they come in, they can be heard. But what I perceive is happening is more like, well, I'm gonna just go when it's convenient for me, and then they'll just take me. So I think we need to nix that.
Are you talking about sequence?
Sequence.
Oh, I thought you meant
If we
swap.
skip
I
over
misunderstood.
you
I misunderstood. I got you.
because 10 people dropped out and then you show up, I get it. But it seems to me there's a lot of misuse going on with this, and it's like, I'll just waltz in when it's time for me to like feel like going.
Right.
One of the things that I think, and that has happened frequently recently, and what I've been told is that because nobody knows how to access the video, and you do your Carol Merrill, they're not seeing it. So they don't know where we are, and you know, they don't want to, I mean, I used to sit from the beginning of the meeting to the end,
Well,
you know,
I
and
did
sometimes
too.
never get heard, but there was no other way but to be there.
But isn't that kind of on them? If you can't see the video, you get your butt in here because you're going to lose your chance in line.
Right.
Can't believe
And-
those people at Nautilus, stand in line, they're not in here, they have
Well,
money
so
making
to that
opportunity.
point,
We're
I
going to have
think
teenagers in here making
I
money.
think if it's more of a situation where we put them at the end,
Yeah.
they're gonna make more of an effort to get here.
Yes.
Right,
Or
we don't
figure
just-
out who to
yeah.
find out from.
I gotcha. I misunderstood that originally, but yes. So,
So should we
it-
just let that be our policy?
You go to the end, and
Go
then
to the end.
it will correct itself.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
that makes sense.
Is that something we need to vote? Okay. All right. So from henceforth,
Wait,
if
let
you're
me
bumped,
explain.
you go to the end of the agenda.
All in favor, say love it.
So
Love
this
it.
right
Love it.
here,
Right?
my suggestion is if we get to your application and you're not here, you go to the end of the agenda.
John's
Not
definitely gonna love
come
that one.
in
That's
when you
right,
feel like it.
halfway through, I
Yeah.
agree.
That's,
Damn straight.
John loves it.
I knew he would.
Okay.
Wait, how come we-
That's
what do we
right
do
up his
with-
alley.
We talked about your power, the agent thing before, remember?
24.
Yeah.
Agent sign form is going to be a requirement posted, the form will be posted on the website.
Okay, so fee change for a shed,
This,
100 to 50.
I didn't know it was 100.
no, it's for, a move on site. The $100 is for a dwelling and it's also for a shed, and I'm just asking. if you
Wait a
want
second.
it.
I'm confused.
She's saying when you apply to move a shed, so it wasn't clear in this little thing.
Move a shed.
Move a shed,
a
it's
shed.
$100.
No,
it should
wait.
be not a new shed.
No, no,
For
this
shed
is
build.
why I crossed move off, because when I went in and talked to Kathy, the fee, right, is to move a shed on, but it doesn't
No,
it's $100 to move a shed on.
not a shed, a building, a structure. It doesn't define.
Right, it doesn't
a shed.
define, but, okay.
Here you go.
This is where the
It doesn't
confusion
make a
is.
distinction
It doesn't-
between a big building and a shed.
Right,
Exactly.
but it doesn't also make a distinction between moving a shed on the property or building a shed on the property. And there shouldn't be. If you move a shed on the property from somewhere else, it should be the same as if you built it on the property.
No, because what you get charged for a shed is by the square footage.
No, this is for a move on site,
No.
within the site.
Okay,
Yeah.
Stephen is making what I believe is a correct sort of distinction here. It shouldn't matter whether you're building a shed off-site and moving it on, or just building it on-site.
Exactly.
The net is the same.
Well, when people have sheds built by structures, they don't apply for it as a move on, they apply for it as a new shed.
Right, but why should the cost of a shed be different whether you built it in place or you had someone move it?
Both
is what
of
I'm
those
saying.
should be $50.
It should be the same fee.
Yeah, I agree.
That's all I'm
Both
saying.
of them should be $50, either new shed or moved on shed.
Right.
Because the net is the same, nothing changes, doesn't matter whether it's built in the neighbor's yard or whatever. As distinct from the $100, which is the fee to move a structure other than a shed onto the site, right?
Right, yeah.
So I think we all agree.
Yep.
$50 for the two sheds, moved or built on site, and $100 remains for the move on of a structure.
And I
Okay.
crossed off move so we could get to that.
All right, that's good. Okay, required documents for applications with multiple structures. I don't quite
Can I-
understand that.
Procedurally, do we need to vote on a
It's just gonna be
fee
$50
change?
instead of
I
$100.
do not know.
I don't think we've ever done it, but we might
There was
wanna
a fee
vote on
change
it.
done in 2016.
I mean, any other board typically votes on it.
Let's
They
vote.
have a public hearing and vote, but
Oh
since
my
you're
God.
going
Well, this is a public. hearing.
down rather than
Up.
up,
Who's gonna come and complain?
who's gonna
Who's
complain?
gonna complain?
But it is a public hearing.
But I think you might want to
Okay,
just go ahead and vote
Yeah,
and make
vote
it
for the
official.
So I'll make a motion that the fee change for that, well, first of all, let's be really clear, because if we're gonna vote, there currently isn't a fee specifically for a shed. It's for a structure.
What this is
Please, I'm just asking the question. Currently, there is just a structure. So what the motion will be is that the fee for a shed, new or moved, is $50. That's all, I just wanted to make
that's a
sure.
motion, right?
One question, what describes a shed first? One
It's-
could be 8 by 10, one
it's-
could be 20 by 40. It's a shed.
You
So
are
that's
talking about a
trouble with
zoning
getting-
shed, are you not?
Pardon me?
You're talking about a zoning shed?
Yeah, I mean, we could say a shed under 200 square feet.
Yeah.
It's defined in the bylaw.
The zoning shed is in the bylaw. It's any single-story structure under 200 square feet, can't have any plumbing, can't have a basement, so that's a shed.
So you
That's a
you
planning
wanna
board.
add as
That's-
defined in
the-
the zoning
as
bylaw?
defined.
Well, I don't remember,
It's got nothing to do with the HDC.
Well, no, just about the
I don't
fee.
think shed is defined. I think
Okay.
what's accepted from ground cover is defined as a shed of a certain size. So if we say a shed of no larger than 200 square feet is a $50 fee
There you go.
for to be either built or moved. And I'm not saying moved on, I'm saying moved, because you may have a shed on your property that you moved.
That's
And sorry, I didn't mean to cut, but I didn't want to get involved in the structure discussion again. I wanted to try and keep the
that's
motion.
what it is.
Yeah.
How are we doing?
How we doing? We're doing pretty good.
So
But that was a motion, right?
That was a motion.
Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor of Stephen's motion? Aye. Very good. Okay, required documents for applications with multiple structures. Do not understand that one. Can somebody
not confusing.
elucidate?
That's Kathy's. I think.
No, it was, I don't know who sent that to me.
I thought that this was like hardscaping and stuff. If you've got a hardscape and you put in for a shed, a kitchen, a patio,
No, I know, I didn't
an
add
apron.
that.
Oh, you didn't?
No, no.
Well, do you want to address it now,
Okay.
since it's on the agenda?
Number 15,
Where
right?
is it, where's it on the agenda?
Number
Number
15 on
was
the
the old number
revised
7.
agenda.
Oh, number 7.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I was just concerned about the fees for hardscaping, and you'll have a spa and an outdoor kitchen and a patio and a pergola. Sometimes they have a pool, they do
Pools
multiple.
are separate though, they're
But
100 bucks.
sometimes they put them all on one application, so I didn't know if you wanted to add an extra fee to that.
So my suggestion was, Kathy and I talked about this in the office,
Hmm.
and I think being cognizant of staff's workload, having more applications is not necessarily the goal.
Correct.
But if we were to have a hardscape, and I'm not saying we have a separate application that says hardscape, but if we have an application that's for hardscaping,
For the whole property.
right, then there's a schedule of costs for a pool, for a gazebo, for a spa,
That's a
for an apron,
fabulous idea.
and then you can put them
So
all in there, but
you just
yeah.
need to pay the fee for each related item.
There's
On one
only
application,
one
set of
problem.
drawings.
There's only one problem at this time, we're going on Intergov, and so that would have to be restructured, so we might have to table this until I talk to Terry, or not Terry, to Molly. Because the fees are blanketed into Intergov, and so I
Okay.
don't know if I
But-
can adjust.
But I think Stephen's solution.
One as opposed to 5.
It solves a bunch of problems, right?
Yeah, so it makes a distinction between somebody who's coming in for a couple of stone retaining walls and somebody who's coming in for a pool, retaining
Fire pit.
walls, you know, gazebo, all that stuff. So yes, I would be in favor of that. But why don't we put that on the wish list and see if we can get that to work into the
Yes.
fee thing?
Okay,
Because I think that's exactly the right way to handle it.
okay, great.
Okay, deck calculations, I believe I know what this is. So the suggestion is to have, if you have decking on the second floor of your building and it's in any way extensive, you want to just show some calcs over in a corner somewhere as the applicant,
Right.
so that we don't have to spend too much time.
Repeat that.
Okay, so with the second floor decks, John, the measuring and the percentage rule, when the applicant submits and he's got second floor decks all around, he has to show the calculations of the decking so that he can demonstrate that he's under the 30%.
And,
No,
but I
no, we don't have
am
to
not
trust
clear
him.
myself
You know,
on
I don't
what
mind
that
you doing
is.
it.
I always add up the whole entire.
Well, I'd love to
Can-
reread the language.
Yeah. Do we have, I mean, I don't have
We
mine.
don't have to do it right now.
Yeah, okay,
but-
good, because I dropped my tablet and my searchable guides are in there, so.
But yes, I
Thank
think
God.
that's good.
Okay.
So-
17?
But before we do that, are we good with that?
Yeah.
I'm good, good.
So we'll make that a requirement of applications where there's extensive second floor decking. They need to document.
In other words, it's discretionary. You have to look at the drawings, and if there's one teeny tiny little deck, not a big
Right.
deal. If there's decks sweeping all around the place, we need to see the calcs.
Right.
Okay.
Well, and with regard to that, are we discussing anything about?
How it's done?
Well, I figured we'd do that at the table the first time we get one.
Okay.
Oh.
Or we'd have a work. I
Because
don't know.
there is there is this loop policy of the 8 feet, but not all of us feel that was when a building was like a box and it was sticking out
Yeah,
off the
that
side.
came out of the early Tom Nevers houses. That
Right.
were basically, you
Right,
know, a
yeah.
lean-to salt box with a second floor deck projecting out with a couple little
Right.
toothpicks holding it up.
Can I ask, Kathy, would it be a burden for you to just take that page and print the screen where it says that in the guidebook and just distribute it to the membership?
Love it.
What do you?
About the deck ratio
Okay.
in the guidebook, you can just hit print screen and send it out.
Yeah.
And then that way because I can't send it to everyone or whatever.
Yeah,
And then when it comes up for the next time it comes up,
we have it.
we've all, please read it, and we can just put that baby to rest.
Just give them all the decks they want.
This is for you, we're putting this in there for you.
Yeah, man. We're coming down on the decks.
Down.
Coming down on them.
Sorry, Kathy.
Okay, so.
I have good hearing.
17.
Yes, discussion of policies and procedures of large developments. Can somebody explain that one?
I think it came up earlier with our joint meeting about a comprehensive look at what this is gonna be rather than a piecemeal bit by bit by bit. And if there is a specific development that we've been trying to rein them in on this since the get-go.
There are some issues. Look, I couldn't agree with you more in concept, okay? Where that all sort of like becomes a little bit of a problem is if somebody, let's say that some guy goes into a spot and he creates an 8-lot subdivision. And then he goes and he sells each one of the 8 lots to 8 different people, okay? It would be difficult to have a comprehensive discussion about what's gonna happen there with all of those people.
But I don't consider that a large development.
What?
I'm not talking about Richmond is an example. That is so big and so extensive, and there's meadows,
Yes,
and
you're
there's
right, that
this,
is
and
large.
there's that, and then there's and it's
Yes.
so much. It would be nice to see what the vision is from the get-go. I think that would help us understand where their mindset is. so we can
I
kind
think
of.
they're gonna figure the vision out once the last house goes up.
Yeah.
I'm with you on that, Mr.
But
Chairman.
don't
I'm pretty
we
sure
do
that's how it works.
The
That's like-
vision, the
that's-
vision is following the building.
Yeah, that's in the large development handbook. Figure out your vision at the end and then write it down.
But don't we do, you know, like Stop and Shop, don't we do Thursdays?
John's ready.
Diane, we know you're out there. We hope you're feeling better and you get back to us.
Yeah, here. I hope she's dialed in.
Not outside, Abby.
Okay.
So on that topic though, I would like to suggest, and I'm not sure how we do this, but I think it is important that multi-lot A&Rs and subdivision approvals, maybe, Kathy, I know you've only got a short list for me tonight, but that would be something that we formally reach out, not formally to be formal about it, but formally so that they know that, like Andrew knows, or Leslie, that we've discussed
We're
it
interested.
and we're interested and we're following up from our end and not just presuming that they're gonna send it to us. So that if, and just to be clear, a multi-lot A&R for me is, it's more than 3 lots. And an A&R, you guys, just so you have it, is basically, it meets all the zoning requirements to be subdivided into lots. It doesn't need new roads, it doesn't need any new frontage. And they don't need to go to the planning board in front of a public hearing. They can literally just submit a survey drawing. But the problem is that if it's maybe more than 3 lots, we should at least, how I envision it would happen is you might get an email of the PDF of the approval, and it goes out to all of us. And collectively, over the course of the year, when it comes in, someone is gonna remember, oh, is that part of that? And if there's 8 of us who got it, maybe we'll collect it.
Right.
I don't think we can be more formal than that in terms of our own processing without creating a bunch of work that isn't gonna get followed. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
This is a biggie.
Oh,
So,
digital review.
so the vision here, number 18, is that, with this, good night, thank you. Good evening.
Good night, good evening.
Have a nice night. That eventually we're going to be able to go from having the large scale drawings, each and every one of us has our large scale drawings, rifling through them. One person is on the elevation west and the other person's on the elevation south. If we had this screen up here and we showed all the elevations in the plan sequentially, we're all looking at the same thing, we'd have the pointer, and you could say, well, this over here, so that everybody's kind of literally
like it.
on the same page.
That's how we got
That,
to the hospital.
that would be, yes.
'Cause it-
And that hospital thing was a dream.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
We've
gonna
all
cut down
watched-
our meeting length times, it's gonna cut down the amount of time it takes to shuffle
end of the table to that.
paper and unfold it, and having different people on different pages. And you guys will forgive me for my keyboard battery, it's rechargeable, I don't typically misspell so terribly, meeting lengths and
I was
strategies.
gonna say something.
But so the other thing, and I mentioned this
What
earlier.
is the tragedy? by the way?
Tragedy is that we aren't doing this yet.
Yeah, that's right.
The thing that's gonna make this really feasible is when applications can be automated to be properly labeled and put in a folder, it's on a server. So we have another laptop here that's connected to the projector, and there's no additional lifting on the part of staff to do this. Because we don't have that capacity to do it otherwise.
So I'll just say, we'll be going between both worlds for a while.
Yeah.
We'll be weaning from 4 copies to 2 copies of large drawings and eventually none. There's a lot
Okay.
to work out.
Yeah.
But we hope to go live on the customer portal side. They're trying to, I think, in January. So we're currently intaking in the office.
And what I've suggested, right, I can tell them this, is that we start with some views, because they're already digitally sent out, and Kathy isn't renaming them.
Yeah.
Because then we could do, maybe we would set aside, we would know in advance, and we could do a few of these, to see what we're missing. So one of the things I anticipate we're gonna require is obviously a set of drawings that can go around the table. But the 8.5 by 11 should have a roof plan, because the roof plan is typically the one people wanna look at to figure out where, if there's something that's not quite right in the elevations. And it's something that I tend to look at when it's there, and having to go back and forth to the roof plan on the big screen is a major pain. Does that?
Yeah, it does, but you also mentioned, and I think correctly, that a paper copy of the site plan.
Yes, site plan.
So you have a north arrow on there, so if we're looking at the east elevation, we say, oh yeah, so the east elevation is the one that faces Somerset Road.
Right.
You know, it's all right there.
So as
It
opposed.
is gonna be interesting though to get used to only seeing them up there, because right now we gauge it by the 1/4 inch scale thing, because that's what we're all used to.
Yeah.
So I just hope it's not visually deceiving.
Well, to be determined,
Yeah.
right? One thing that we will rely on is those dimensions.
Yeah.
28 feet high, it should be conspicuously, you should be able to see it up there. 75 feet long,
Yeah.
right there, so that we get a proper sense of scale.
Why couldn't we
Well,
get
and
a
all-
small, instead of a 1/4 inch?
Little 1/8 scales.
Yeah, just the one that we
Well,
just.
that's a possibility too, so you can put a scale to it and tell that the windows are 5 feet tall.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or 10.
So I think the reason I wanna do some views, is it's gonna help us identify what we need.
Mm-hmm. Trial.
And what we're gonna need for sure are a roof plan and a site plan for each member when you're putting together your list.
So are you referring to the current view pack I do now I send to you?
Well,
Yeah.
the view pack has PDFs in it.
Right.
So so just
So
to
you
be
can
clear,
just take those and project them right up.
right, I'm just saying we'd be able to open them up on Terry's computer, not Terry's computer,
But I
because she
noticed
does
a lot of
minutes.
them don't have floor plans.
It's just because I was told that you all only wanted to see the elevations, the site plan, the locus map, and the application.
No.
But
Who told
I
you
can,
that?
I can change that.
It's just easy if there's something you're questioning to
That's
say to
fine.
somebody,
The
that's
floor-
a bathroom, you could.
That's totally fine.
Well, that, and also you can't tell the push and pull on an elevation
Right.
unless you actually look at the
Okay,
plan.
so you want,
Yeah,
a
and-
lot of them don't have,
I
roof
only-
plans.
They don't submit them with floor plans?
A lot of them don't have
We
roof
should
plans.
get that.
Roof plans, I think, are gonna be an absolute requirement when we're digital, and site plans. And then the other thing that's gonna be important, I think, on these builds that are a full new home, are sectional drawings, because we need to see what's going on.
Very telling.
It's incredibly important information, and it's not just so we can pick apart something, it actually answers questions, so
Helps
we're
you
not wasting
understand.
time asking questions. You know, if we see that that's a casement over a kitchen window, most of us are gonna say, okay, I see it.
Right. That's why it's
Versus
there.
having a long discussion, or not seeing something in a section and wondering why the height is what it is.
Yeah.
So it's just useful information.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I think it's discretionary to some extent, because some of these buildings don't require it.
Well, I believe like Chip Webster and Emeritus, they always submit roof plans,
Yeah.
but your average homeowner does not.
And not everyone is gonna require it, right? You get a federal style 4-bay,
Okay.
you know,
The
or
roof plan's
it's a 5-bay with an addition off the back.
Okay.
But if you get, you know, like I think Robbie did one down at Brant Point, and it's an incredibly complex roof system.
Yes.
And we actually figured out there were some issues that I think maybe saved him some money.
Okay.
I don't know if that actually happened or not, but we did figure out some issues.
I can be able to get the
They are
checklist then.
You wanna use 19 or?
Well, so, I'm a little torn on, we have 19, 20, 21, which subcategory expanding the districts, which we didn't talk about, but I'm in favor of in concept. Pools, height, those are all things that I think we're gonna need to spend some more time on.
Definitely. And
Yeah.
to be fair, we talked about the flood thing, and Holly's gonna
Yeah,
give us
some of
more
it we did touch
information.
on.
The planning board thing, I think, is gonna evolve.
Can we do 22 and 23
Of course-
from
of course we can.
1,000 feet up to
Yes.
kind
Yeah.
of maybe
We're
give it some,
skipping to 22.
give it some executive level decisions so we can get some direction? Because I think those are gonna involve town council
Yeah.
and, so that, for me, the enforcing policy due to lack of visibility, it involves a couple of different topics, including number 23, which is plantings. I shouldn't say 23. It includes plantings because we use those. And then what are the legalities involved with doing that and having them persist? You know, we feel that at time of inspection and thereafter is an enduring quality, but is my mic off? I don't know how legally defensible that is without town council's input.
Well, quite frankly, even more than that, we approve certain things for certain reasons. And there is a subdivision that has been created, and we even spent time making them share driveways, and it was important not to have so many cuts along the main thoroughfare. And it was clear cut. And some of those houses were approved with a skew on more modern elements because they couldn't be seen.
Oh, now I know what you're
And
talking about.
now, there is
Now I know
no
what you're talking about.
repercussion whatsoever.
But, okay, so,
Well, it's not finished yet either. I mean, they might be
Well,
coming back
They've
with
sold some of the
Pretty
houses,
damn
which
close.
means to me they've been signed
Well,
off.
then that must have been part of the okay.
I'm
so-
just saying, that one in particular really sticks in my side of my head.
So,
Well,
we have to check and see if it was.
so.
we
so
kind of
the-
need a fully functional board to get to the nit of these in a work group.
Yeah,
So they
All
may
right.
be off for a while.
okay.
I'm
No,
not
fair enough.
trying to put them off,
Because
but
there's actually, frequently, the board will say, we will approve this due to lack of visibility, which is different than the much more specific language that we append to pools and so forth, where it's, you know, this pool will not be visible from a public way at the time of inspection or thereafter in perpetuity.
Mhm.
So the due to lack of visibility thing, I don't quite understand like why it's appended there. I mean, maybe just to state like, well, the reason, you know, if anybody comes back and says, well, you know, how on earth could you have approved that house back there? And you say, well, it's because you can't really see it from the road,
But
right?
yeah, you know, you can.
well, at the time of approval, you can't. It's a CYA, basic cover your ass.
Yes. In other words, it's not legally binding in the way that I believe that well, to be determined by town council, when we put specific language on an approval that says this, whatever it is, will not be visible from a public way at the time of inspection and thereafter, I believe that's legally defensible. Like, if it is visible at any time, you can actually challenge it and you know, potentially be successful and require them to go back and supplement the screening.
Right.
As opposed to, due to lack of visibility, and then somebody cuts down all the trees and now it's visible, you know, you can't really say, you gotta
Okay,
put the
but
tree.
I'll tell you what.
What?
I will then, from now on, add that to every single thing. Because it was a total disregard of why we spent hours going over certain things over there. That's all I'm gonna say.
So
Yeah, no, I hear you.
so what, okay, so I agree, Mr. Chairman, and I just, I didn't make that distinction on paper, but in my mind, there is due to lack of visibility and at time of inspection or thereafter, not visible. So there's those two, there's differentiation there, but there's also a differentiation in terms of enforceability and the process by which we enforce, which I think we need to kind of work group through and make a lot of these things are things I think we need to come back with a recommendation for y'all to review. But specifically with respect to these applications you're talking about, has anyone actually looked at the application, using them as an example, to see if it says, does it just say lack of visibility or does it say something else? Because if it says something else, then there's a leg on the stool of enforcement and we need to have a discussion on how we do that.
You know, the only thing that I will say about that particular application, and of course it wasn't an application, it was quite a few applications, is John Hedden at the time was doing the inspections, and I remember him flagging some stuff on various buildings, one of which was the chimney thing. And so John, I felt, did a pretty thorough site exam, and I believe that if something was not done in accordance,
It's not that it wasn't done in accordance,
You're
it's
just
that we
wondering
were
about what the-
persuaded to go with, I'll use this as an example, monster-sized windows that
Oh,
open
no,
up behind a barn door,
totally-
because why? There's a lack of visibility.
Right. Yes, I agree.
And I just feel like it was misrepresented, that's all, and.
Well, why can't the inspector go and look at it again?
Well, because I think
No,
Stephen makes a
once
good
it's-
point,
once
if
it's
it
signed off,
wasn't,
it's
this
signed
is
off.
only,
Oh, it's
there
signed.
had to be specific language.
I think
It's
we
just-
need to be specific to be defensible.
Right.
Yeah, definitely.
But
So
it
means-
bothers me because A, we spent so much time
No, I-
going over them, and B, it was imperative to all of us, I thought, that that was going to have some continuity. That
Well, a lot of
road
that
was not
falls
gonna
on the
change hugely.
landscaper, Because didn't we even pick out trees, specific trees? Like, I mean, there
well,
was
I
supposed to
remember
be a cherry
Diane.
tree, and
Diane
there was
was
supposed to be a-
smoke was coming out of her ears because they were cutting down all those.
Look, I don't wanna spend a lot of time on it,
Well,
and
I'm just saying, if we have to be more specific, then.
We
why
do,
not
and the
trees
reason
and
why that wouldn't work, I don't disagree with you in terms of principle and honor and all that stuff, but because it wasn't in the motion, and what we did in our motion is we said approved due to lack of visibility. We're explaining why we acted without putting the onus on the applicant to maintain something. Whereas at time of not visible, time of inspection thereafter, literally definitively puts the onus on the applicant as a condition of approval.
Very different.
So
Very different word.
Legally
Good to
defendable is
know.
different.
Good to know.
Discussion of sign-off inspections for minor changes.
So that's something like, for instance, I am somebody who rebuilt their deck.
Yes.
And the old deck had diagonal lattice. And when they were redoing it, I'm like, well, we really like horizontal and vertical now. So when he decided to redo it, he did horizontal and vertical, but that's not what I had applied for. And so I have to come back with it and go through the fee process and all that stuff. And I'm like, that seems like something someone in the office should be able to sign off on.
I agree.
I agree, but my concern is that we don't have someone in place who does this day in and day out as
Yeah. Like, that's their charge.
That's their charge, and they're charged by the HDC.
I know. It's
So
like-
what happens is it gets delegated to different people. Kathy doesn't control this.
I know.
And then who's...
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Like, all of a sudden, we could be in the newspaper because something got signed off on that was delegated to, I don't know who. And the HCC is ultimately
Yeah, it's an
responsible.
unfortunate result of, taking away our professional staff and changing how we operate.
Yeah,
Yes.
and I'm not pointing fingers, I'm just saying, I think my concern is that the potential, without accountability with respect to tracking these things, like we will eventually with the like kind, we'll have a report, street address and the work. Those, I think, are things the commissioners should be able to review on a regular basis. This is the type of thing that I think would need to be reviewed. There would need to be a report for it. I think it's beyond impractical to ask of our current staff to do that now, because it's just too much. But once this is an Energov, the data is there. It's just a matter of creating a report and clicking fill, and it can be printed.
Yeah, and I know that, it's just like, what I hate is you gotta print
I know.
4 more pages large, 4 more pages small, all because
Oh, man.
the lattice is now going the way we want, but it wasn't on the original drawing.
You guys laugh when I come in and I ask for options, but that's why I always ask for options in my approval.
Right.
So I just want to mention something, Jeff and I are doing the inspections, no one else is signing off on them, just so you know. Jeff takes the pictures and then I go over the plans, and I haven't been able to get out of the office yet. Yeah, these are mostly for those, like, let's say they painted their windows black and they're supposed to be white. So yes, that is a.
They painted the windows black and they're supposed to be white.
Well, that's like, as an example, like the
Well,
approval.
that's a little bit more extreme than what Val's talking about.
Okay, I was in the bathroom, so I didn't hear.
No, Val, you know, listen, so for a while now, we've been, you know, the diagonal cheap lattice,
Yeah.
we've been going in favor of the square
Right.
lattice. And so Val told her client, well, you know, the HCC prefers square lattice, but the drawing showed diagonal. So now she has to come back with an as-built revision, which is kind of crazy, but, you know.
No, I'm gonna do it, I'm just saying there's
No,
things like
yeah,
that,
but
so.
it is exactly what you said, but on the other hand, they changed their window sash from white to black is something that I don't think should be signing off as a minor change.
No, they don't sign off as a minor change, they have to submit a new application.
Oh, okay, okay.
And then it goes, you know.
Which
and-
is
and
appropriate.
it depends, because at the size of the house is, well, if it's a big house and you all don't like white and you approved it as gray, then they come back, they painted it white, oops,
Yeah.
I forgot, and then.
Oh, yeah, that wouldn't come under that category.
Right. We agree.
Yeah, okay.
But just out of curiosity.
Yeah.
A lot of clients we have want ground arrays. We recommend ground arrays for solar.
Yeah.
And sometimes you're building your house, you don't know what the HVAC systems are going to be. So I say, you know, let's go in for approval. We'll get like an 80 panel ground array because you're going to get the building department's going to stamp, you know, the as-built. But often we'll just build them smaller.
Smaller than 80.
Yeah. So my rule of thumb, as long as it's always smaller than what it was, you're fine.
But, okay, so 2 things on that. Solar, if it's on a roof and it's smaller, that could be a problem.
No, this is just for ground.
Ground cover, yeah,
just
so it's not
just
visible.
ground.
And then the other thing is that it's gonna take a while because I don't think we have the capacity, but, you know, and I'm not, you know, I'm not the building code department, but the manual J and the manual S are required as part of the building code, and those are your load calculations for your heating system, and the manual S is your selection form. So that's identified because it's required for the HERS rating.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can't do the HERS rating without that information. So I think it's gonna be a matter of time before that information is available.
Totally,
Like,
it's just
yeah.
sometimes clients will be like, well, I haven't decided whether I want to do geothermal yet, or this, like it'll come, but they're just not there yet. Like we're trying to encourage people to come to us early on in the process. Be like,
Yeah.
you want to do
And
solar?
you're saying as a result of coming in early, you might not have all your questions answered.
Yeah.
And so you design for a larger load and then just pare back as needed.
Makes sense to me.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of a no-brainer. Yeah. Okay.
I didn't think we were gonna get this far, but we can always
We
leave
did a
early.
pretty damn good job.
We don't have
We're
to
gonna
talk
leave early?
about the Roberts rules, that can be on any random day.
Oh, yeah.
Just be
Well, you know,
nice.
I think we just roll a lot of this over into
Yeah.
our other business discussion.
What, yeah, I didn't know anything about that one, so, I mean, I know what
Robert's
Robert's
rules?
rules are, but I know a little bit about them. But I didn't, where did that come up?
That was me,
Oh, okay, I just didn't understand. Yeah, I
because
have
I don't
that.
know them.
Would that be?
You know what? Parliamentary procedure is convoluted.
I have it on
So
the
let's not waste time
I have the
talking
little
about
and the
these.
big
Did
and the
we
big.
I
extend
have the
the
website.
historic district
Oh.
to
You-
include
It
Lake
makes it
Circle?
really easy,
No,
so.
we're gonna
That's a good
table that,
Is that on here?
yeah.
Where is
One
it?
was which one?
And the Sconset historic.
Or do you wanna talk, do you want me to identify what
Let's
the
do an easy
concern was
one.
with it?
With what?
Can you do
Design
the stretch
advisory
code?
board.
Because that's what I'm
No,
here
it's fine, let's
The
just.
what?
for. The stretch code.
What's that?
I helped draft it. Discussion of net zero stretch code on the impacts of the HDC. It's voted unanimously at town meeting.
Yeah, I wasn't here, I
Yeah.
forgot about that.
That one, so Tobias, just so you understand what we did with that is, there's discussion going on about
How difficult it
the
is
net
to
zero
make-
stretch code.
Right,
And what we want to just, what we're going to discuss when we discuss that is the implications for the historic structures.
Okay. Just so you're not concerned about the stretch code in general. It's more the net zero stretch
Well,
code.
it's hard to make it all gel. So
Yeah.
people are trying to wrap their brains around that.
And some people are trying to use it as an excuse to get different windows.
Yeah, right.
But no, so that, I mean, just so you understood.
Okay, cool.
There's
That
a
was
lot
net
of
zero.
stuff in that people probably didn't really understand when they voted for it, is my guess.
Well, nobody voted for net zero stretch code.
Right, and that, so the net zero stretch code should be in parentheses, so that it's clear that we're talking about net zero stretch code versus net zero and stretch code.
Yeah.
And that's my
all
fault.
have electric
No,
cars.
that's on me, I didn't.
No, I read it clearly. I just figured I'd come to answer questions on in case you had.
Yeah. So we can hold off.
On all of it.
Oh.
Is there anything, Kathy,
Long
you
night.
had that you needed?
No.
I mean, okay.
I threw the abutter notification thing in there because it seems like people have such an issue with it. And
You know, okay, we can revisit it, but John and I sat down and
we don't have to. It just was if we had free
I
time.
think, yeah, I think I'm gonna preach to the choir on this one. So I have this discussion fairly routinely with people. I wasn't given proper notice. You know, my next door neighbor's doing this and that, you know. Oh, well, where are you? I'm on Nantucket now. I'm right here. It's like, well, is that your home address? You know, where do you live during the year? Oh, I live in New Jersey. And I said, well, when you get home, you're gonna have something in the mail that's registered mail telling you that there's a hearing.
Right.
How are we supposed to know you were in Nantucket? Or the lawyer.
Yes.
You know, it's like, do you own the property? Yeah, of course I own the property. Do you really? Like, is it in a trust? Well, yeah, it's in a trust. Who's your trustee? Oh, Steve Cohen's my trustee. I say, call up Steve Cohen. Ask him if he got any mail for you. Because it goes to whoever.
It's whatever the
And
your
you,
taxes go to.
look, even if you know your neighbor is right next door, you can go over and do them a courtesy and say, hey, guess what? There's a hearing tonight. But you have to send it to Short Hills, New Jersey. You don't have a choice.
Well, you gotta send it to
That's
the
the way the
address
rule
that's
is.
provided.
Yeah, exactly.
The same thing happens at the planning board.
Oh, I'm sure it happens all over the place.
Yeah, and it's, you know, there's nothing you can do about it.
And you have to have it go out in a certain number of days, and the hearing has to be a certain maximum number of days after that, and it's just awful.
Whose hat is this?
Hey, well,
Me.
thank you all so much.
Thank you.
The minutes, or do you wanna save those for Thursday?
Stephen?
Oh,
Terry, did you get the ones I sent in with revisions, or they
That was
voted?
the 22nd, they're not up tonight.
Okay, so
I have
I'm
a
good with that.
question about Thursday.
So are we good approving those minutes?
Yes.
Okay, so what are the minutes we'll approve?
8, 10, and 15.
October.
So moved.
Thank you. All those in
Oh, no.
favor of Abby's
just
motion to
have to
approve the minutes of 8:15?
Bring them to the office.
Aye.
Aye. Okay,
Okay.
who just wanted to?
Val.
Val.
about Thursday.
Thursday, Val.
As you know, I am not going to be there.
Oh, but you have 12 Eat Fire Spring?
I have 2 applications, so I was wondering if at the meeting, if somebody could just move them.
Oh, I thought you were gonna
Oh.
ask them to represent. I was gonna say, where's your agent form?
No, I'm not gonna be there, is all I'm trying to tell you.
So you just want us to hold them for representation?
For next Tuesday, for the coming
Right.
Tuesday.
I thought you were gonna say you want someone to hear what the board has to say.
No.
So I was laughing.
Cal, I'm giving you the candy. Bring to the
motion.
office.
Motion to approve.
Adjourn.
All right.
I'm sorry.
Aye.
Thank you.
Don't worry,
That's
Kathy.
lovely.
We have, I think, a good, strong working relationship.